So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in our subconscious from the day we were born to the day we're here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment to made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're not, maybe not the size. Is it in, as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, what, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is, what's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Now, the things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say, I think this about me, but they just say, I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. You know, everything's turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they don't, they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. You know, all these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories or reduce what we're eating as the junk food to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape. This body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviours that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that. And we forget it because of the society and the community and the environment we actually live in. And the other thing we've got about body image, what body image mean is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. While you're at primary school, and then when when your big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is the taunts that they say? Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious, and even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously. Subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, like we were like one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just call Fatty, Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe, they say that they call them out of fondness. But just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually, one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is that. She did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay. So yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture of the sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. We grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. one being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. The higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4, and do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. No. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and particularly even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned. You know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for and within the family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing name calling was Concord. It was called Concord, just midway, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. No one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was specky four eyes being called that. These little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. And I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram. Where I suppose they're negative Instagram because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay. Unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay. Compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. So basically you're not asking them, how do I look? Do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, sorry, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues? They're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to it. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any do. Make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you. And soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or looking at good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you'll create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. Positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to go into the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, or even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. It could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? Spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. We've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you, and you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor, just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and being walking on the ground and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual. What is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with Fosis anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay, so when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump of it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein. and then being fit. Of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga, go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? You know, there was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it was something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They ended up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class, and that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, you know, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results, but this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. Joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, you know, some sports. Do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself, and when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up. That's still, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. So there's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, you know, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety off about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail, when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image, and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else, it's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not. I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. What if you need it? Then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness, and when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me, the client that's come to see. It's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I've never done it before, didn't even know how.
Hey guys, Cindy over here with My Arts Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month, what are the positives of social media. So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look, it says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? All right, well I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm going to start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right, so I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing. Playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person. And I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? The one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So, sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just going to move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom. And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. All right, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. All right, here's today. Here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker. Don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. All right, so here's the start of my day. So I'm gonna, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. All right, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can, and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma. And she'd come out and she'd be like, Grandma, and she'd be like a robot. Grandma needs coffee. She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. All right. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. All right. All right, after a coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. All right, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, all right. So once my body, you know, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here take breaks. So that's my normal pain day is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad, let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare, so I consider, you know, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice a theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now, when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a roll-away stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it. Or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now, this is my normal routine, and this is where when I want to find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself, and you've got to be able to be what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total another discussion. But for this month, for the question, for explorations of me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. right, guys, so I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you a bunch of that background, just marks I've made, and just had fun with it. So there you go. There is my routine, my daily routine. I can't wait to see what yours is. I'd love to see how different it is. Whether you have chronic pain or you don't have chronic pain, I would love to see what your day consists of. So don't forget to check out the other artists. Their links are in the description box below. We've got Gina, Barbara, and Leslie. Let's see what their schedules are.
I'll never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different tripwires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this tripwire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. And I want you to go to grocery stores right now and load up.
I'm Mark Drager, and as an entrepreneur and strategist, I've built a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. I've helped launch startups and transformed international brands. And yet, despite all the success, I still wake up every morning with the feeling that I'm just not good enough, and I've not come close to hitting my potential, and I may never achieve the high hopes that I have for myself. I believe that we all have something to prove to the doubters, to the haters, to the voices in our own heads. And so each week, I share real, tactical advice and the most interesting and inspiring interviews, because my goal is to help those of us who have something to prove show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. Welcome to the We Do Hard Things podcast.
Today's guest is a serial entrepreneur who was raised in poverty, so much so that at one point he was actually homeless. But he did not let that stop him. He went on to build up multiple 8-figure businesses. Now, what I appreciate most about having the chance to speak with him is that he's not all talk. He started from nothing, he built and he lost, he's seen success and he's seen major failures, and he carries that into everything he does. Whether it's as the best-selling author of the book, The Journey Principles, or the creator of the life-changing program, Transformation U, or even as the man who helps people like you and me go from excuse land to building massive success. He believes that you are not living a life you love, not because you're not capable of it, but because you just don't know how to get there. I cannot wait to share with you the insanely inspiring talk I had with the man who can help anyone reclaim their hope and go from stuck to unstoppable, Stephen Scoggins. The place that I want to start the conversation in is, you mentioned within your bio, specifically 30 years of hardship. 30
Yep.
years of hardship. I'm 37. I feel like I've run a business for 14 years. I built a multi-million-dollar company. Great, but I'm 37 and I feel more behind now than I did in my 20s. I feel that when I was in my early 20s, I had more hustle, more progress, less to lose, less at risk. I was bolder. I was more ambitious. And so when I read 30 years of hardship and everything, I go, isn't time running out? When does this get better?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I grew up in an interesting time and situation. My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor, which started the alcohol train into my father. Right. My mother had suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse when I was younger. And as a result, by the time I was I think I was maybe 5 years old, they had already divorced and went their separate ways. And then I was raised by my grandmother. Well, that was great for 2 or 3 years, super, super loving, super encouraging, super empathetic, and everything that you would want a parent to be. Right. Well, she comes to me when I'm about 9, just after I turned 9 years old. She sits me down and she says, Stephen, I need your help. And of course, I'm 9 years old. I literally have a G.I. Joe in one hand and a Transformer in another, right? okay, maybe she's going to ask me to take out the garbage that I can barely lift, right? So I'm thinking about through that, and and then kind of going with that scenario. And then she says something that I'll never forget. She said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I'm very sick. And even at 9 years old, I was kind of like, I wasn't exactly sure what she meant. I wasn't exactly sure where she was coming from. But then she made me pull this chair over from the kitchen table. When we lived in a little 1,000 square foot brick house in Wendell, North Carolina, pulled over to the stove, and she began teaching me how to make oatmeal and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and all this kind of stuff. And my brother was 3 at the time. No, I'm sorry. My brother was 6 at the time. I had to get him up and get him dressed and all kinds of stuff. And that was essentially the start of what I've referred to as a massive uphill battle my entire life. Now, being where I am now versus where I came from, I'm incredibly thankful that was my journey. Incredibly thankful. It has taught me a different level of empathy when people are going through various struggles. My dad and mom came back into the picture about the time she passed, which is about a year and a half later. Chemo got the best of her. She had cancer. So my lifeline, my stability, my safety net, that was the first time I can remember it actually being yanked out from under me. That was the one time that I had the hardest time recovering. It took me several years. I had to repeat the 5th grade and all kinds of stuff. But, from that standpoint, I went to go live with my dad, and when I went to go live with him, I went into the construction industry immediately. Every Saturday, every Sunday, every holiday, every weekend, that's where I was at, working, carrying studs for $1 an hour. But, it's funny. The one thing the construction industry taught me growing up throughout it was it taught me how to use my hands, which taught me how to use my head, which now I get to use my heart. I was very fortunate that it forced me to face things that I didn't want to face. It forced me to face fears I didn't want to face. I mean, all of that stuff. And that's when I met my first mentor. I was probably 13 or 14 years old. He was my dad's employer. And I remember him, he used to drive around this white Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? And they always had a dent in the right-hand rear bumper because the dude was forever backing into stuff. And he would just get the bumper replaced, and he would do it like a month later and whatever. He was in his maybe 70s at the time. He had perfect dentures, perfect big white smile and all this kind of stuff. And, but he took a liking to me, and I never understood why until he put me in his car to talk to me. I was working on my dad's framing crew. It was hot as Hades outside. And I was like, he's got the AC on. I don't care if it smells like mothballs or not. I'm getting inside, and I'll sit in there as long as he wants to talk to me. Don't care what he tells me about. Well, I'll never forget this because he sits me down and he goes, did you know I used to work for your grandfather? I'm like, no. Did you know your grandfather taught me the construction business? No. Well, your grandfather's the best carpenter in this state, hands down. And it said he would be a multimillionaire 10 times over, be far wealthier than I ever would have been if he had just stopped drinking. Stephen, I've watched the dude go from your grandfather to your daddy. And that's how he talked, right? Your daddy. I remember that. He goes, I don't want it to happen to you. You work hard, you're smart, you deserve more and you deserve better. I'm like, again, I'm like a teenager, early teens. I'm like, okay, all right. And then he goes, I want you to hear me out. I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to give me an honest answer. I said, yes, sir. All right. He said, what's the difference between a rich man and a poor man? I'm like, well, duh, money, right? Dude, if he could have slapped me in the back of my head, I think he would have, right? Because I'm like, I was like, duh, what do I know? I know, but all I know is poverty, kind of more or less, or paycheck to paycheck scenario. And he goes, no, the difference between a rich man and a poor man in any area of their life is the way they think. You can choose to think like me, or you can choose to think like your daddy. And you got to decide now, not when you're 50. And I was like, man, it stunned me. And then he says, I also want you to remember this. You got to be willing to do today what others won't so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Now here's the contrast. Not even a week earlier, I remember my father, we were on a job site, and I was telling my dad about my big dream to become a professional ninja. Like every one of you I seriously wanted to be a professional martial arts ninja guru because, like, I idolized Bruce Lee and all this kind of stuff, and
That
so I
seems
wanted
like
all that to
the
kind
furthest thing for a little boy in North Carolina, man.
of, I don't know. I grew up throwing stars and nunchucks. I don't know, but and he laughed it off, and and I'll never forget this because this is like a week before. He says, "Steven, Scoggins don't get ahead; they just get by." I'm like, I feel like I'm meant for more than that. Like, I don't know what that is. I mean, I wasn't thinking entrepreneurship. I wasn't thinking owning companies. I wasn't thinking of developing teams or leading. I didn't know how to lead myself, let alone believe in myself. And that conversation and that conversation collided right at the same time. And that's when I actually started reaching out and started reading. The problem is because my household was always unstable financially. We were always getting the lights turned off and the cockroaches in the mobile home we were in and all kinds of stuff. And my dad had a successful company, and then unfortunately went through a downturn in the late 90s or about mid 90s during the Gulf War and some stuff like that. We went through all that, and we lost everything. Foreclosures, repossessions, all of it. And I watched my dad work his absolute butt off. I mean, absolute butt off, 18-hour days, day after day after day, never stopping. But he never could actually, quote unquote, get ahead, right? He kept making bad financial decision after bad financial decision after bad financial decision. And then he make a bad relational decision after a bad relational. Like, it was like this influx of like every single area of life I watched him struggle with. And as his oldest son, all I wanted to take it away from him, take it off of him.
And
right, because I would watch.
Was the alcoholism a side effect of something bigger or deeper or some kind of mental health issue, or in your mind,
I think the alcohol started with my dad specifically as a way to fit in when he was younger, right? Because when he was going to school, you remember the Grease Lightning days. Well, that's his era, right? So the leather coats and the slick back hair, and you're either a prep or a jock or grease, right? So, that was kind of his thing. And, I remember him he tells a story about his first, not his first car, but I think his third car was like a 68 Camaro with white interior. And he's like, and how he wanted to be like fast off the line and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where it started. And then it got intensified when he joined the Marine Corps. Right. So he went all the way through the ranks, got to about the place of what they refer to as a gunny sergeant. And he worked. So he was stationed at Paris Island as well as Camp Lejeune at different points in time. And I don't know if you've ever been to those areas, United States, but they are relatively uneventful. So what do you do with jacked up Marines, right, that are being trained to the hilt, not giving them any kind of outlet? Well, they go hang out at the bar.
The drink and shoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like, I think that's kind of where it started. Now, my mother, on the other hand, was a little bit different. My mother, on the other hand, actually had a dysfunctional family after my grandparents had separated and divorced. My grandmother, who raised me, my mother's mother, spent a lot of time, unfortunately, trying to fill the void of the husband that she lost, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And as a result, she would attract different men. Of course, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was well into my 30s. I couldn't understand why my mom struggled to be a mother to me for so long until I understood where her influences came from, right? So we went through that process, and as I discovered that my grandmother wasn't great with money. My grandmother actually struggled with alcoholism, which I didn't know because I never saw her drink when she was with me. Turns out she stopped drinking the day I was born and referred to me as her second chance.
Mm. Isn't it strange? I mean, you talked about empathy, but isn't it strange how, as you get older, with more perspective, and you realize that everybody's just doing the best that they can, and you think they got it all figured out, and then you hit, the same age. I remember the moment, my mom and dad divorced or separated the week I was born. My dad left the week I was born. And so I was never raised in a type of household with two parents like that. So I didn't lose anything or mourn anything for that. Mm-hmm. But, I hit the age, I have 4 kids. When we had my second child, so we had a daughter and then a son. I have an older sister, and then I'm the son. Same age difference, same everything. Yeah. And when my son was born, something really got me angry. It got me angry because I looked at him in the hospital and I turned to my wife and I said, this is the moment that my dad decided to leave. Right? Like 2-year-old daughter, baby in my hands. This is the moment. And then I had to address it with him and I had to talk to him about it and I had to work through it and all of that stuff. But you talked about empathy. I find the struggle is as I get older, I become more aware and I become more empathetic to certain situations. And at the same time, I become less sympathetic as well. How do you balance that level of empathy with also the fact that, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to be hard. Sometimes you got to cut people off. Sometimes the empathy doesn't help. How do you balance that?
Yeah. It's funny. I always lead with empathy, but then kind of back it up with understanding. And here's what I mean by that. So I came at a point in my life, I was probably 28 or 29. My first company that I built from the ground up was doing decently well. And I was getting the phone calls and the answering machine version of the phone calls long before we had these technology devices everywhere, right? And my mom would ask me, why don't you ever come over? Why don't you ever come over? Come see me. She was being a typical mom. And I would go spend time with her. And, and unfortunately, every time I went to spend time with her in that season, it was always a discussion about how bad life was for her, right? Kind of almost like the victim kind of mindset a little bit.
A pity party.
Yeah, it was a pity party, right? And then there's a couple things that I won't share publicly that she chose to do that directly affected me, that gave me every right to be very angry, be distant, all that kind of stuff. Problem was I was carrying that with me, which was harming me, and it wasn't allowing me to even potentially connect with her. So here's what happened. I had a buddy of mine who's also in the influencer space. His name's Chris Lacurto. In fact, I need to introduce you guys for sure. And I met him through the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm good friends with their organization, and he doesn't work there anymore, but he used to. And I remember him talking about his mom and about how he had to heal from his mom and all this kind of stuff. And so I was very inquisitive. I was like, well, how did you do that? Like, he goes, it was simple. He said, I finally realized that every parent has never been actually trained to be a parent other than the parents that they were visibly associated with. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, right? Because up until that time, I was just judging my mom and my dad every time they made a mistake, right? Well, then he took a step further. He goes, if you truly want to get healing and restore all of those relationships and you truly want to work through that, here's what I want you to do from now on. He says, now he and I are both people of faith, so take what I'm about to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And in that, he said, I want you to start to realize that there's a creator that loves her just as much as they love you. And rather than view her as this villain, what if you actually viewed her as the child with skin up knees that's simply asking for a parent to pick them up? Mm-hmm. The crazy part is like, I had to ponder on that for probably a solid month, but in the moment, it instantaneously unlocked like this weeping fit out of me. I just started crying like crazy, because all of that judgment, all of that burden, all of that stuff, I was saying, it's all your fault, right? And then as I began to change my perspective, shift my beliefs a little bit, even in that moment, it was like a weight lifted off me. And then I was able to go back to her and begin to rebuild a relationship with her and actually teach her the same thing I was just taught. Mm-hmm. So my mother is now walking around in freedom where she used to be walking around with chains on, so to speak. You can either choose to become the person that your parents have been, right? Because there's a good chance you're going to marry one of your parents. There's a high likelihood statistically, right? You're good, bad, or indifferent.
And then you're going to become one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can look at their mistakes, learn those lessons, apply those new principles, and heal from those things and actually be the thing that cuts the quote unquote bondage, if you will, right? I don't know if any better word to say it. For example, have you done anything with Ancestry.com? Like you ever gone down the rabbit hole of all right, so I have. Okay, well, they have this thing that's called the Ancestry DNA Kit. So I went down the rabbit hole
talking to someone about this morning. because on my dad's side, we don't know anything about our family past my dad. Like we just don't know anything above that. And so I was just talking, I got to do this DNA test.
Yeah, so I did it like a year ago. We're Scandinavian, so technically I'm part Viking, which is kind of funny because I'm like 5'0". And then we have the southern tip of Scotland, the northern tip of Ireland, and then Denmark and Wales. So that's the thing. Okay, so I went as far back in my dad's tree to discover how the Scoggins, quote unquote, came to be inside of the United States of America. It turns out my family was sent here on a penal. But here's the thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because they got arrested, prosecuted, and put on a boat to basically become indentured servants, if you will, here to the United States, or what became the United States, because they were trying to feed their family, and they basically killed a deer on a lord's land. So I've had hundreds of years of poverty, hundreds of years of, we don't get by, or we don't get ahead, we get by. Like hundreds of years where that's been. And I remember this. I was, again, I spent this time praying. It's one of the things I like to do. And I did this when I was like 13 or 14. I was in the trailer park that we had to move into after my dad lost his business, that Steve Myrick actually owned. So Steve Myrick actually owned this mobile home park, all the units, and allowed us to move into one. And I had this like surreal, somber moment where I just decided I was going to go for a walk. It was a fall night, stars out everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm being called out of the mobile home. I walk down the street, go all the way down to the park, which is probably a good 6 blocks from the place my dad stayed in. And out of nowhere, I was just staring at the stars. And then literally, I just found myself like kneeling down and saying, there's got to be more to life than this. I don't care what it takes, what needs to happen, what I need to do differently. I want to be the one to break this family. And in that moment, not knowing any better, I actually used the word curse. 2 things happened. First of all, I'm very thankful that I actually asked for that. Second of all, I did not understand what I was asking for.
How hard?
Okay, because yeah, dude, to break through all this crap, right? I had to face homelessness. I had to face a suicide attempt. I had to face all the failure and all the limiting beliefs and all the junk that come along with generations of not believing you can measure up or become something more, become stronger and better. I had to face my attraction to toxic relationships because that's what I witnessed, right? It's like I walked around with a big L on my head saying, please date me, right? I had to face all that stuff. And as a result, now I get to sit here and have this conversation with you. Hopefully that somebody's going to take something away from this and actually go have their own moment where they're saying, let me be the one. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to hurt, but it's going to be so, so worth it. The life that I live now, dude. Oh,
so if I can ask 2 questions. One, can I circle back on I understand the polarity of the 2 moments, the conversation with your dad and a week later having this conversation. Was it actually a choice? And is it a choice that you had to make over and over and over again because you were tempted to regress and to go back and to give up and this and that? Or were you actually built for this? And it wasn't a choice. It's actually coming natural to you. You just needed someone to show you to connect the dots. Because if it's a choice, it can be taught and learned. And if it's inherent to you, then you got really lucky.
I think habits are inherent, but choices are chosen, as strange as that sounds. So what I mean by that is, yes, I had Steve Myrick. Yes, I had Susan Bath. Yes, I had Dave Ramsey and John Maxwell and all these other people lead me along the way that I've actually had the distinct honor of and pleasure of spending one-on-one time with these people over and over again, right? That's a rare opportunity. I never take that for granted. At the same time, I did have to make the initial choice, okay, which was yes, I'm going to do this, but I did regress several times, right? I had that conversation with Steve as a young teenager, but yet, 19 years old, I find myself sleeping outside and sleeping in cars and just trying to figure out where I'm getting food from and shelter from.
Right. But how do you not go, you told me it wouldn't be this hard. You told me all I had to do was just, not be like my dad. And now look at me.
Yeah. For me, it's always come down to 4 different phases and a lot of reflection time. And I don't think people do enough reflection time. I think people, when they do reflect, they judge and condemn themselves. Like, I made this mistake. This is who I am. Like, they tie their identity to their mistakes. And because they tie their identity to their mistakes, they can't actually tie their identity to their strengths. They're so focused on looking in the rearview mirror that they're like,
sorry, say that again. Say that again for me.
Yeah. I mean, they're so focused on their mistakes that they're not focused on their strengths. And as a result, they don't get to move forward. It's like driving a car, wanting to go from here, and I'm in North Carolina, to California, so coast to coast, but never looking in forward, always looking like this. Like, you can't look backwards and keep the car on the road, right? And when I began like really studying myself, I really, one of the things that irks me, and I think when Evan and I were chatting not long ago, I think it kind of irks him too. But right, so because he has this thing where he says, "You're one of the good guys." I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like people kept telling me that. What does that mean?
I know what that means. I know what that means.
If
he said you're one of the guys, he didn't even tell me that. That means you're one of the good guys.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, but so here's how I took it. There is a world full of quote unquote gurus, but nobody wants to be a guide. So there's all this theology. There's all this philosophical behavior. There's all these 10 ways to do this and 3 ways to do that and 5 ways to do this and 6 different ways to do that and 3 different ways to do this. And, here's the 5 top 10 ninja hack secrets for mindset and like all these different buzzwords. Right. And I can't really say anything. Some of my videos are named that way, but at the end of the day, it's because people don't want to guide. So what I thought I would do differently is I thought that maybe the change would be if I could break things down. At the end of the day, I've been trying to summarize these things, and I came down to this, what I refer to as the 4 phases of transformation. And you can't skip them, and you can't do them out of order. But if you'll do them repetitively over time, the choices are actually made for you. So your routines actually reinforce the person you're trying to be, not the person that you are. And the first phase is, I just call it gain perspective, right? So you look at things from as many possible different angles as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can about your identity, about how you were built, about where you came from, about your parents, about your friends, about your economy, about your environment, your geographical location. Like, spend time with a pen and a pad and ask as many possible questions that you can possibly do that. Jot down all your answers, and then go to the top 3 people that are closest to you and do the same thing over again. Hey, what do you see? Right? Because we don't objectively see ourselves. We see ourselves by our actions, we see ourselves by our intentions, while other people see us by our actions or our outcomes. Right? The next phase is to actually recognize and remove a roadblock. All right. So case in point, one of my main roadblocks in becoming the person I am today was getting past this thing where I felt like I was worthy and valued enough to actually experience a life that I was dreaming about. Now, a lot of us will dream about the life we want, but then we tell ourselves all the reasons why we can't have it.
Yep.
Right? Seriously. Like, and then you start to think, well, then you start to make progress, and then you're like, and then somebody says, well, you're not who you think you are. And all of a sudden you go, I guess I'm an imposter. You have to understand where it comes from and rip it up by its root. It could be a number of different things. Okay. But if you can gain enough perspective to recognize what those things are, then you can remove them. Most people don't actually take the time to recognize them to begin with, which is why they keep biting them in the butt. That kind of like shifts how you look at just how you assess yourself, and then how you assess yourself on a regular basis to keep yourself moving forward. The third one, everybody and their brother talks about all the time in 50,000 different ways. I don't care what influencer you're listening to or what let's organize a plan. Where do you want to go? What are your opportunities and what are your threats? I believe that nobody does it because no one comes alongside of other people as a guide or a mentor and says, this is how you do it, right? We can say, set it out. What are your goals? Well, I want to make $1 million. Okay, well, you need to make 10 first, right? There's this fear of not taking action simply because you don't know any better. Like for the longest time, I didn't want to touch anything or take any step forward or gotta go move forward in any way, shape, or form until somebody said, hey, you're going to make mistakes and it's okay.
Yes.
Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm convinced I sit in the seat that I am sitting today, not because of my successes, but because of my failures that taught me something, right? We look at failure as final all the time, and we shouldn't. I know it's cliche, but we shouldn't look at failure as final. It is an opportunity to learn. Either you learn or you win. It's one of the two. When you look at the final phase, which is work your plan, which is just putting in the work, right? All right, so there's at this time of this recording, you and I are like everybody else in the country. We're facing COVID. We're tired of hearing about COVID. We're tired of having to argue about masks and who's doing what or whatever.
Hold on. I'm in Canada, so
we
don't argue.
COVID didn't go there.
No, we don't argue about masks. We all just put them on.
Well, you're lucky. All right, so my country is lucky about masks. So,
we just do what we're told by the government. The government says do it. We go, okay, we do it.
I think we did that at first, and then now it's getting a little like, come on, dude. But anyway, in this particular environment, the U.S. economy was going like gangbusters, right, for several years on a row. Okay. Well, I weathered the 2008 downturn, which was, for the U.S. economy, which is all housing, right? So, and hence I was in the construction industry, and I was one of the last guys standing. And at the end of the downturn in 2008, because I put those principles into place and began using those principles over and over, it became second nature. It's like muscle memory. When you do martial arts and you do certain techniques over and over again, it becomes like crazy automatic. Same thing happens in life. Same thing happens in business. I don't remember which person said this, but obviously they said success leaves clues or leaves footsteps or something like that, right?
Tony Robbins.
Okay.
Success.
Right, shout out to Tony. There you go, Tony. Yep. And if you follow the clues, it's Hansel and Gretel had to follow the crumbs, right? It's the same stinking thing, right? It's the same hero's journey over and over again. You are where you are. You got to face something that you never thought you'd face. You have to get stronger. I mean, it's Rocky Balboa. It's Luke Skywalker. It's like every single hero that you know, right? There's this massive adversity that you face, and then you get to go through the transformational moment all over again, and then guess what? You get to start all over again, right? Go to the next level. Seriously, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? Well, most people are living by the wrong movie. So if you change the way you think, you'll change the way you act. You change the way you act, you change the way you get results, right? Most people don't want to look at that stuff. They're so ill. I don't have enough money to get around. I'm tired of crying in my pillow again because the one I just broke up, right? Not realizing that all of that stuff can actually be prevented. Here's what I mean by that. So in the U.S. economy, our guys shut down our government as a whole, unified, all of them, all the knuckleheads, shut down the entire country. The one thing that I did differently than other business owners that are currently struggling is I began preparing for a COVID-like experience long before COVID was ever here. While everybody else was saying, let's run with the bulls, let's run with the bulls, the whole bull market thing, the bull's here, let's get it. I was going, okay, bull's here, that's awesome. Let's make sure we take enough advantage of it, but let's also realize that there's always a bear that follows the bull. Mm-hmm. Right? So my company's out of debt. I had, 6 or 8 months of operating capital in the bank. Okay? So when everybody else was like, okay, we're shutting down. And I'm not taking away from business owners that struggle, because I have been there, which is how I learned the lesson. So this is the lesson they probably need to learn, right? This is how you learn that lesson, right? Be prepared. in fear. They're laying off people left and right, all kinds of stuff. And then they're beholden to any kind of stimulus and all this kind of stuff. I was prepared. And as a result of being prepared and having cash on hand, not being in debt, not being leveraged, owning my properties, my live event, like one of your early questions, like, is it choice? Like, what is it? Is it choice? Is it something that you get luck into? Yes, it's choice. It's you choosing on a daily basis to live by principles in life and business that are predictable in that they always bring results, albeit many of those results happen slowly over time. Mm-hmm. Impatience is what ends up basically becoming catastrophic. That's my opinion.
I've got to say it's interesting because so I started my business in 2006, very, very small, $7,000 of capital, service-based business. So I was only 23 at the time. Didn't know what I was doing, but let me tell you, 2009 was not fun for us. Ate through all of the cash on hand, had a 3-month period with no work, no invoicing, nothing. I found maybe about a year ago, I found my daily journal for like April 2009 or something. And it said, on number one, it was like, finally a paying client. Like it was like April. But I have been, that scared me so much that I'm anti-debt as well. I'm not super bullish. And so for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been actually kicking myself for slowing our growth down. Mm-hmm. And going and speaking with my controller and saying, I don't understand. Like, people are taking money from here to pay over here, and they're leveraged and all of this stuff. I can't even think this way. Why aren't we more aggressive? Why aren't we leveraging capital and resources the way that we leverage people? Like this is killing our growth. And yet then when this all happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's why.
This is a reminder. Yeah,
this is why my conservative nature is actually paying off, because. Yeah, I mean, listen, 2010 to 2020 was a 10-year run where for 4 years, I'm like, oh, recession's coming every 7 years. Typically on cyclical recession's coming and waiting. And then going like, am I just the fool? Like, am I the fool because I'm wasting time and I'm not leveraging finances well enough? And I'm not this and I'm not that. And so hearing other business owners, because you talked about the fact that construction isn't sexy for Forbes. Well, when you're focused on an entrepreneur podcast or scaling podcast or growth podcast or whatever it is, nobody wants to hear that you built it very, very slowly without financing. Like, nobody wants to hear that story.
Maybe that's why I'm struggling. But it's true. I mean, look, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, even listening right now, that they have a dream, they have a goal, they're out there doing it. Maybe they're 6 months in, maybe they're a year in, and they're at this decision stage where a bank is like, no, seriously, let me lend you money. No, seriously. You can get a nicer piece of equipment, a nicer toy. We get brand new servers, and
don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I mean, there's no reason to do it. Just be consistent. Right? Shoot, when these downturns and stuff happen, if you're consistent and you're putting money away for a rainy day kind of thing, some would call it an emergency fund, some would call it just savings, right? Maybe it's in a money market, so it's making a little interest. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something, right? Then when things like this happen, and they will happen over and over and over again. Why? Because people are dumb. I don't mean, I mean, we make. Right? You were talking about the economies and how they're cyclical, and every 7 years, like, it's fear that drives the spending habits. Anytime someone's scared, watch the stock market. Mm-hmm. Like it's a big yo-yo. All right. Mm-hmm. You can choose not to participate in that stuff. You can, like, I remember this. I got, a little over 400 team members in one of the companies that I'm, and people that were, yeah, and then one of the I had this, COVID happened. They made the announcement, hey, we're going to start, and the state started shutting down slowly. We were one of the last ones to kind of get shut down, which I guess we're also one of the last ones to open. So for that matter, but that whole thing began. I never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here, and you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different tripwires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this tripwire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account this morning. And I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
Buy that toilet paper.
Dude, yeah, toilet paper and the water and like, I don't know. But anyway, North Carolina is weird about water, toilet paper, and milk and bread. But, but it removed the fear. But I made those decisions that had those outcomes years ago. How can you lay the groundwork by choice now that is reinforced by a principle-based behavior that gives you the outcome to pivot when you need to pivot? Because if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to get left behind over and over again. It happens. It's cyclical, right? Building a business doesn't have to be difficult as long as you're consistent. It's not like you're going to not have days when things don't work out and you lose a customer, or maybe you're mad at a customer and you want to have a verbal. Well, if you can take fear out of each one of those situations, then you're able to operate when nobody else can.
So anytime that you grow, there's tension. You mentioned when you were 19, the movie reel and what have you. I was having a conversation 1 month ago today with Evan, our mutual friend, Evan Carmichael. Yeah. And, I'm very good friends with him. He's been pushing me very hard for the last few years. And I said to him,
that's only he can do.
What's that?
That is only he can do.
Yeah.
That's only he can do.
I get a very unique version of it that I'm very grateful for most of the time. But basically everything was like a month ago, a lot of things were crumbling around me. And I've been able to rebuild and repair and whatnot since then. But I'm talking to him, and while I'm talking to him, I get this text, which is like from someone, which is kind of like a linchpin, right? Like they're like a domino person. When they fall, everything else kind of falls around. Yeah. And I said to him, dude, if you didn't push me so hard, I wouldn't have any of the problems that I'm facing right now. Mm. And what I meant was, if I was living a smaller life, and if I may be unhappy, but I'm unhappy now too, but at least I was ignorantly unhappy back then and not dealing with all of this stress and pressure and all of these things. Thanks, Evan, for pushing me to be better. Now I get to deal with harder things. Like, thanks so much for me now having to deal with even tougher things. Like, maybe I was happier back then living ignorant and unhappy versus self-aware and unhappy. And he was like, screw you, Mark. Do you know, he's like, we're friends, but do you know the gift that I've given you? Do you know how hard, I've pushed you? Do you know how much time I've put into it? And now you're going to say like this to me? And I said it in jest, but there is some truth to it. Like, if he hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't be dealing with any of the things that I'm dealing with now. And so in your life, struggle after struggle, challenge after challenge, what I struggle with is knowing in the back of my mind, I feel like if at any point I just give up, things would be easier. I can't give up. I don't know why I can't give up on things, but I really go like, I'm always just like, if I just gave up, things would be so much easier. Have you found in, the embezzlement or the struggles or the businesses or the family staff or this, like, don't you ever just want to give up?
There have been numerous times where I wanted to give up, and here's what would happen. I would literally go to bed that night thinking I'm done. I'm done. I'm exhausted. I've been betrayed. I've been giving. No one cares. Because I'm a proponent of taking really good care of your team, loving on them, mentoring them, all that kind of stuff. And I found that just getting rest recharged me just enough to take another step. And then I had this interesting epiphany about 2 years ago while going through the embezzlement stuff, is that no one climbs a mountain without their legs getting stronger. And you can stay in the valley of life, or you can operate from the peaks. Now, as soon as you get to one peak, there's going to be another peak that you see on the horizon.
After every mountain is a mountain.
Exactly. And then I decided, the other thing that I decided is, after because when you go back and look at your life and you're able to see that this thing happened and it should have taken me out, but it didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and then didn't. What you see is when you have the tenacity and the willingness to learn from mistakes, from people, from mentors, that you truly become unstoppable, right? So we use a slang term called stuck to unstoppable, right? We help people go from stuck to unstoppable. And, especially, and at first when we first started talking like that, people were like, that's cute. It's nice, whatever. And I said, no, you don't understand. Are you making the progress you want to make right now? Yes or no? Well, no. Why? Why aren't you? And they give you, I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. I don't have the relationships. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. And I'm like, what if you just went out and tried to serve somebody? Right? What if that created momentum to move you forward? Because I had I have lots of interesting epiphanies. One of the epiphanies that I had was the greatest purpose you can ever have in life is serving the person you used to be. And I think Evan even put that in his recent book. Something along those lines, like the same wording, which means to me, that tells me that means it's a life truth, right? Rather than looking at your adversity as a stumbling block or something that's going to hold you back or whatever, instead look at it like the Navy SEALs Buds Camp, right? Lifting logs, doing the push-ups, getting drowned underwater, being brought back to life, learning how to be a sniper, like all that stuff. Making that shift, understanding that as trials came and didn't take me out, I was going to get stronger, prepared me for the next level, which is what you just got through saying, right? That means it's a life truth, right? If the longer you're looking for bliss and utopia and stuff like that, the further it's going to be from you. Because what happens is you go through a growth cycle and then you get a bliss cycle. You get to experience the fruit of that work that you did here and the sacrifice and the fears you face and limiting beliefs you face. You get to that point, right? And then for another 6 months, maybe you get to go buy the nice car. Maybe you get to go out and do the nice thing and go to the nice travel, and right? The tricky part is not getting lost, like not losing yourself in the win or in the struggle. The tricky part is understanding that you cannot have one without the other. It's the yin and yang. Right? Peace, harmony, joy, contentment, hope, all of that stuff is found in the center, right? Why is it that people in third world countries can make a soccer ball out of leaves and be totally happy, but yet we get totally depressed if someone doesn't give us enough likes on Facebook? We want to harm ourselves because someone told us they didn't love us.
At Starbucks, they spell your name wrong on the cup.
Exactly. How dare they, right? It's just like, come on. Like, you're not looking at life with the right lens. You're looking at life through the lens that everybody tells you should be looking through. The most successful people on the planet do exactly what Steve Myrick taught me to do years and years and years and years ago. They think different. Look at your struggles as a tool to propel you forward, not to hold you back, not to take you out, not to keep you in fear, not to lose all hope, okay? Because the strength comes in reclaiming your hope, like saying, that's mine, you can't have it, I own it. And you're going to have lots of people who are going to come in your back pocket and try to take it out of your back pocket, right? You get to choose about whether or not you release that or not. You are going to face difficult stuff. It's going to happen, okay? And the further you want to go, the more difficult things are going to happen, okay? At the same time, if you want to have a legacy that outlives you, okay, then you have to do something that's going to affect change long after you're gone, right? I built a construction company. Fantastic. Yay me, right? I got great team members, okay? My gift is not the fact that I built a multi-million-dollar business. That's what maybe the world would say, hey, this is awesome, like he's whatever. That's not important. What's important to me is how did I lead that team? Do they have more opportunities to better their lives and better their family because I was one of the leaders? Was I worthy of being followed? Was my character and my integrity and my passion, was it so succinct that they had never had a doubt that they should just keep going? When they went through struggles, did they have me to say, hey, look, keep going. You got this. Come on. Just one more step. Just one more step. I know it hurts. I know your legs are burning. I know you want to give up. I know you do. I know you don't feel like you can breathe. I know it. I know. I've been there. I know. Just do it. Trust me. Trust me. Just please trust me. Right? That created what I'm walking into now. Right? Is this ability to affect lives at impact at scale. Rory, a good friend of mine, Rory Vaden, he helps a lot of people build a lot of personal brands. He helps them get clear and even helped me with mine to a degree. Actually helped me a lot, to be honest. One of the things that he shares with people a lot in building personal brands is he says, what's the one thing that you've earned the right to talk about? Mm-hmm. Earn's a big word. Earn implies sacrifice.
So I do brand strategy with people, and I always say that if you want to go to market with something, nobody is waiting for you to show up. No one is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. I needed your services, and here you are, right? And so earn is the perfect word, because it's not only what you have to earn the right to talk about, you have to earn existence and attention and you have to earn the right for people's attention. You have to earn so much and then deliver on that and so on. So that's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been so thankful for people like Evan and Bo and some of the other people that we're definitely, mutually connected with, is because I've been trying to do this, what you and I are doing right now, which is just share my heart, share my experiences, and hopefully, drop some value where somebody can, just one nugget that they can keep them moving forward, for 5 years trying to cut through the noise, 5 years trying to cut through the clutter, 5 years saying, hey, look, I've actually done it. I'm not just talking here's my playbook. Here's how I did it. Like, I'll walk with you. Let's talk together. Like, let's reason together. Right. And it's hard, but it's supposed to be. Why am I going to get mad if another speaker gets chosen over me for a different event? Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't affect how I perceive in going to market or going to help people, because I'm actually wanting to help people, right? And one of the things that you learn, I know that the three of us, Evan, myself, and you have all shared this. Once you get to the place where you've earned an income that's like really more than, and I use this loosely to kind of know what to do with, so to speak. It's, you've earned the right and the respect to steward wealth. Let's put it that way. You learn that it's empty. It's totally empty. Okay, I got a nice house. Okay, I got a nice this. I got a nice this. And you look around, you're like, is this what my life measures up to? Mm-hmm. Interesting fun fact. So top 1%, okay, have 8 to 12 mastery level skills at any given genre. Okay. Tony Robbins, good example. Okay. Tony Robbins has mastered the business and the life mastery space. Like, he's the godfather that set the stage for a lot of us other knuckleheads. Okay. It is, right? And like him or hate him, quote him or not, right? The guy paved the way, but he learned from Jim Rohn. Mm-hmm. Right. And then Jim Rohn learned, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, the deal is people at that level, top 5%, top 1%, have 8 to 12 life mastery skills. I'm sorry, not life mastery, mastery level skills. However, only 22% of them share it with somebody else. So they leave this earth after accumulating wealth, after traveling all over the world and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and, Kilimanjaro and, whatever, in Belize, and flying on private airplanes back and forth, and you see them on the Instagrams and they're driving their Ferraris around and they're flying, they're got to make sure I got the picture in front of my airplane and, kind of thing. And I probably shouldn't say that.
I think we know who you're talking about. Your friend down in Florida.
Yeah. So the question becomes, I have zero problem with people earning wealth. I'm personally. I have zero problem with people earning that wealth as a result of serving well. The tricky part is did you affect a life in such a way that had you not been there, life would have been different? Jim Rohn poured into Tony. Tony's affected millions upon millions of people. Some of them went on to be incredibly high performers. Some of them didn't. That's where the choice lies, right? You can teach all the principles you want, but you can't make anybody take action, right? So all of that rolled up into one to say, you just got to keep going. If you feel like giving up, just keep going. Just keep going. Take one more step.
Wasn't that something? Stephen's story can help us fight our own uphill battles in life. The 3 takeaways for me for this conversation were, number 1, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Number 2, transform your life with baby steps. Don't think about the giant leaps. And number 3, prepare now for the challenges before the struggles come. You cannot operate in fear. Fear will keep you standing still, and standing still is death. I just want to remind you that I would appreciate it so much if you went over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, leave us a comment. It would mean a lot to me. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to connect directly with me, you can find me on IG. Remember, those of us who have something to prove can show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. But you have to think big. You've got to be bold, and you must say yes. Why? Because you, me, all of us, we do hard things.
Hi, my name is Selena Santiago, and this past January I did a research field period project on emotional intelligence in law enforcement. My main purpose of this project was to research what emotional intelligence was and how it could be applied to law enforcement, as well as the characteristics of officers with high emotional intelligence versus low emotional intelligence. And I also looked into the training and perceptions of law enforcement to see how, if an increase in EQ training, if it's needed, could could benefit the other officers. Now, emotional intelligence has also been referred to as EQ and EI. It's the ability to recognize your emotions and being able to tell them apart and use that ability to guide your actions and behavior in an appropriate manner. It's also the ability to understand others' emotions, where they may be coming from, and how to understand how your actions can affect other people. And it's the ability to keep control of your emotions, to not let them control you in a situation. Now, a brief history on emotional intelligence. The earliest explanation was in the 1920s. It was defined as a way to act wisely in human relations. And in 1948, it was thought to be emotional thought, the concept emotional thought. And it was kind of an addition to logical thought, where people would add that to your cognitive intelligence and how you were able to function as a person, basically. The official term, however, wasn't created until 1990 by John Mayer and Peter Salovey in an academic article with the same title, Emotional Intelligence. And they were two psychologists and researchers who looked into the foundation of human intelligence, I believe. But the term wasn't popularized until 1995 by Daniel Goleman in his book with the same title. And the book would later become a highly influential piece of identifying human intelligence as a whole. Now, this slide is to kind of, some people believe that these are interconnected. You can tell one from the other. You can tell how smart someone is based on their personality. You might be able to tell how they can react to a situation based on their personality or their level of IQ, when that's really there's not a link, at least one that's found and academically or scientifically proven between any of these. EQ is something you can develop over time, even if you're not born or in a situation where you have a high emotional intelligence. You might be on the lower spectrum. As you grow and you learn, you can practice those skills and abilities to grow into a highly emotional, intelligent person later on in your life. And it's not, some people believe it's the pushover, the person who's very emotional, they're very nice, they let people push them around. That's not it at all. It's the ability to use those emotions and not create a scene kind of way. It's one thing where you can be angry, but you can show that calm anger and not escalate a situation even more unless someone else escalates it. Now, IQ, your cognitive intelligence, it was a long time assumed to be the only way to measure human intelligence. And around the 90s, when people were discovering what emotional intelligence was, it was discovered that's not the case. And it's your ability to learn information. It doesn't change from the moment you're born to the moment that you're an adult. It's the same about this. If you can learn more, you can obviously, like, you can go and you can learn more and you become a smart and a more intelligent person or a better person because of it. But your ability to learn, the pace at which you learn, that doesn't change at all. And your personality is just learned behavior and sometimes instilled preferences that you pick up as you grow up. Like, you learn your mannerisms from your family, or one of the examples I found was being able to be an introvert or an extrovert. Someone can be extremely introverted and people believe that they might not be the best at emotions, when in reality they understand better than most people. And on the other end of the spectrum, someone who appears very, very smart is more emotionally intelligent because they have a way with people. But in terms of academics, they might not be the smartest one. They might not be the best, and that's okay. And it's not like any of this is not okay. It's just there's a big difference between them, and I thought that would be good to include. Also, personality is consistent in the manner that it varies by person by person. Now, this is the characteristics and the dimensions that make up emotional intelligence. It's your self-awareness, your ability to identify emotions and your mood and how it can affect other people, your self-regulation, self-management, the ability to control your impulses and express emotion in a way that's not bad. Sorry, lack of better wording. There's also your motivation, the ability to set goals and your drive to meet those goals. Your empathy slash social awareness, it's your ability to sense emotions of others and understand why they might feel that way. Even if you don't understand the cause of it, you can understand that they feel that way now. And even if you don't understand why, you can empathize and you can be aware of how to handle their emotions at that time, such as if your coworker comes in and they look sad or they look depressed and they don't want to tell you why they feel that way, you can understand that they might need a bit more help than usual, or they might need a more gentle explanation, something of that nature. And there's also your social skills and your relationship management. And that's where the ability to use your awareness, your self-awareness, and your empathy to navigate social interactions. It's your ability to more or less survive social interactions. Now, people with a good self-awareness, they have a high confidence, such a high self-regard. And what I'll get into later is that with officers with low awareness or low confidence, a lot of the time it plays into their low emotional intelligence, and that can affect how they work. Your self-management, your self-regulation, that's your self-control, that's your ability to change, and that's the way to find a solution to a problem. And your motivation is the commitment and the optimism. And empathy is also it's also no, empathy and social awareness, they can be defined as two separate things, but they can be but I think the basis of both of those is being able to understand where a person's perspective is coming from. And one of the articles I found, it included political awareness, your leveraging diversity, and service orientation. That basically means that you understand a political opinion even though you don't agree with it, and you're not the Facebook people screaming at each other, no, your opinion is wrong, no, yours is wrong. It's like, I understand where you're coming from. I don't agree with it, but I won't attack you as a person. And the diversity is, even if you don't understand where someone comes from because they have a different culture or a different background that you have, such as the biggest one in terms of law enforcement is race. A lot of race does play a big factor, and sometimes being able to understand that someone might not respect the police or have a lot of faith in the police due to a past experience or marginalization, or they may have come here from a country where police are not the best people. And as sad as that is to say. And service orientation is, I think it's more or less related to the thing I said earlier, where you're in a service, like you're, let's say, a McDonald's worker or a JCPenney worker. It's your ability to more or less keep your anger in check with the difficult customers and being able to say, I'm sorry with a smile, even if they're cursing you out. Now, your social skills, those are things that are used daily because, well, maybe not now because we're in a pandemic, but it's basically how you navigate any social interaction, whether it's bumping into a stranger, having a small talk conversation, talking with your friends, something like that, or your coworkers. And it's the ability to work together as a team. It's your collaboration skills and your cooperation skills. So even if you don't like someone and you have to work with them, you kind of being able to control those frustrated emotions and try to work with them in a positive way. And the big one, which I'll get into later, is conflict management. Because during conflicts, I know personally my emotions tend to run high. And when my anger gets out of control, or I let it get out of control because my emotional intelligence I'm still working on, it's logic goes out the window. And in terms of law enforcement, that can't really happen because we've all seen the situations of police firing because they were scared or they were a little too rough with someone because they were angry, or at least from what the perspective is, because that is what causes the most damage, and ultimately what I found this presentation to be most effective for. Later, I'm going to get into methods of improving emotional intelligence as officers, and the reason why I did that is because I've had talk with friends and family where they believe that if you can't be able to do any of these skills as an officer, or if your training doesn't account for them, you should not be an officer. And I agree with that statement because I know that I'm not the best at some of these, but I've been working to improve them. Whereas some officers, they go straight out of high school and they don't learn much in terms of emotional intelligence and how to build those skills. And we see those interactions, the negative interactions. And this project is not to vilify anyone. The police are just as human as we are. I know that once I put on my badge, if I'm lucky enough to get a badge in this environment, that I would want to be the best that I can be and to work on these skills to not end up on TMZ. Sorry. And to not end up on a news network being the cop that punched someone because they were resisting and I lost my temper. And this is basically what all of these are to be, and I'll get into how they're going to apply to law enforcement in a little bit. This is what I was getting into more on the other slide. I kind of went off on my own little tangent here. The importance of emotional intelligence is, as I said, it's the ability to keep your emotions in check under pressure or a stressful situation, because when they run high, logic is out of the building. It is gone. It is you're doing what is instinct, and what is instinct may not be the best in that situation. And if it's an instinct that is instilled in you as a child, and that instinct is to lash out and be aggressive, that might not be the best if you're a retail worker or a law enforcement officer dealing with another person. That's not going to be the best. You're going to end up on Instagram or TikTok of the viral video, and people are going to be in the comments arguing whether or not what you did was right or not. That's a whole different thing. And it's also the ability to meet tight deadlines. I know in law enforcement, sometimes they get tighter deadlines than they would like, especially in high-profile cases. And it's kind of the ability to not let the stress go to your head, which is hard. A lot of this is what I'm saying. It's hard to do, but the point of it is the more you practice at it, the better you get. And sometimes when you can't, if you have a friend who's emotionally intelligent or someone else who can kind of help you with that, and which it goes back to the collaborative thing, because a lot of this is what I found is that it's a good mechanism to use when you go through a traumatic experience or your mental health is not the best. And I'll get into that later, because some of that's more of how to develop a higher emotional intelligence, which I'm going to get to later. And it's also how you deal with challenges, whether in your social life, your work life, or the situation. It's being able to have that uncomfortable conversation when you get overwhelmed. It's not shutting down and just blocking out everything, because sometimes, especially in law enforcement, you can't do that. You have to, or in life, you can't just shut down whenever you feel like it, unless you have a mental condition that makes it hard to do that. Sorry. And it's also how you improve relationships. In this presentation, I'm going to get into later of relationships with the police, because I believe that's where you see more emotional intelligence with officers, because in reality, a lot of this is how you deal with people, and that's a lot of law enforcement work. And it's also how you deal with conflicts. Now, we've seen 101 videos of conflicts with police officers. Some of them end okay, some of them they do the right, some of them they are able to use their skills to bring down a situation. Other times, a situation escalates to the point that no one can control it. And like I said, the whole point of this isn't to vilify anyone. It's more to point out that I believe that some of those cases were simply due to a low emotional intelligence. And whether or not that was due to the training, which I'll get into later on, like I said, or just them as a person not being able to develop those skills, it says a lot, because like I said, I've gotten into conversations, and these are skills I believe that are very, very important when you're in law enforcement, because it can be extremely harmful or even fatal to not just the officers, but to the people that we're supposed to be protecting. And it's also the persistence in failure and setbacks. That happens a lot, I know, especially in detective work. And it's the ability to motivate yourself and others. Some of the articles I found mention that emotional intelligence training and being able to develop a higher emotional intelligence can actually lead to less burnout among police officers, because they're able to pick themselves up, give whatever time they need. Obviously, the situations are going to be different. But it's the ability to be able to pick themselves up and go through another day knowing that they can't, even though if they can't control the situation that they're in, they can control how they react to it. Now, emotional intelligence in terms of law enforcement is usually the officer's ability to manage their emotions in a way that has a positive outcome or is in a constructive way, and it's the ability for them to manage a healthy relationship within the department among their fellow officers and people who work there, along with the other agencies in the system. Now, the functionally high IQ is references to the ability to create a healthy workplace. And usually in these workplaces, there are lower reports of stress and healthier off-duty events. And what I mean by this is that it's usually, from what I understand, it's the ability to create a workspace where even if you don't like each other or if you don't agree with the way someone handles something within reason, you still respect one another and you're able to work with one another. And it's just all around better for everyone because you're not stressing, oh, is this person going to do this to get back at me? And this happens in law enforcement. When I get into later, I'm going to reference officers who they broke the blue code in a way. They reported officers for unethical conduct or something like that. And it had very harmful consequences for the officer and sometimes for the people, for the civilians that got caught up in it. And this is going to tie into why the whole purpose behind some of this, at least from what I understand. And emotional intelligence in law enforcement is also when you have a higher emotional intelligence. It's one of the big reasons for a stronger job satisfaction rating and building relationships in the department. It's usually the positive, someone with a higher emotional intelligence or high EQ has a positive approach to conflict. They're not, I think as I said before, the officers that are aggressive, or no, I'm going to say in a minute, officers who are aggressive instead of assertive, they have the kind of fight me thing, which is not a healthy really work environment, whereas someone with a high emotional intelligence is more of the, okay, let's talk about this in a civil manner to make a way that's good for everybody, or at the very least calms down the situation. Now, these are the characteristics that you're going to see in an officer with high EQ versus one with low EQ. Someone with high EQ, they're assertive, they're ambitious, they're decisive, they're sociable or they're friendly, they have a friendly demeanor, they're influential with the people around them, they're patient, and they're a good listener. Now, someone with low EQ is going to be aggressive, they're going to be demanding, confrontational, impulsive, they're going to resist any change that you're going to make, or any changes made and go with what they know, which might not be the best. And they're more temperamental or moody. They're the more cynical, not in a good way, officers. And what I mean by that is a lot of people in law enforcement, sometimes they have a darker sense of humor because that's kind of how you survive the job. But they're the ones that kind of stew in those emotions and they don't know how to handle those emotions. Now, the difference between assertive and aggressive is the obvious one, where it's usually, from what I understand, is that someone who might be assertive can be perceived as aggressive and vice versa with the other one. And that's what can be hard to measure. But as you can see with the high emotional intelligence in officers, it's the ones that you want someone who's going to be able to listen, they're going to be patient and try to understand the situation as best as they can. Obviously, in high stress situations, you have to make decisions quick. But the thing is that when you're impulsive, and such as the one in a low EQ, and you're confrontational, those high stress situations can become even worse. And later on, I'm going to get into perceptions of law enforcement and how these are going to tie in. So when I was looking into the training, I was already familiar with the paramilitary type style that was used in police departments. It's the one that's referenced a lot when people think of police training in America. And most of the time, this is, as it sounds, the military-esque type style, where people go in, they expect to be yelled at, they expect to have a lot of physical activity and be yelled at, or even screamed in their face. And the point of most of these tactics is to kind of build that mental endurance, but it also can teach the wrong message and can attract the wrong kind of officers. And what I mean by this, it's usually the people who see the recruitment videos. One of the articles I found mentioned a recruitment video for SWAT, and it was criticized for its use of heavy metal music in the background. It opened with the code of SWAT is take down the enemy at any means necessary. And what this does is that this type of training trains officers to have a warrior mindset, an us versus them mindset. And this can be problematic when they believe that the people that they're supposed to be protecting, even from themselves, are a threat. And there has been a link between paramilitary training and abusive behavior. As I said before, the screaming in the face, it's usually used to teach stoicism, so that way they don't show emotion during stressful situations. But what this effect can also have is that it puts in their mind that if they can scream and belittle someone who has less authority than they do, i.e. the civilians. The warrior cup mentality has also been heavily criticized for the use of kind of more or less endorsing the blue line, the us versus them mentality, and that itself can be harmful to the police because there is a process or a time where their mindset stops going from protect and serve to make it home alive, even if it is in the most action-based place that they live in. Sometimes they do have that kind of mindset. And because there is no standard of training, it's much shorter compared to other countries, and even shorter than other departments within the U.S. Some of them are as short as 10 weeks, others as much as 36 weeks. I know in the FBI for Quantico, it's an intense 20 weeks living there, but even then that might not be enough to get everything ready. And in terms of education, the basis for most police departments is having a high school diploma. High schoolers nowadays, I know that when I left high school and if I joined straight out of high school, I would not be okay. I mean this in the sense that when you're 18, you don't know anything. You're learning how to be an adult, and if you're in this type of and you gain that type of mentality, it's going to be the officer that's viral for using excessive force, or at the very least what seems like excessive force. And there is no standard in terms of hours, too. It can be anywhere from 360 hours to 900 hours, depending on the state. And the minimum, most places do go over the minimum, and they do have a time where the recruits have to be, or the rookies have to be, with a senior officer, a training officer, for about 6 months to a year before they're considered full-time police officers, in the sense that they know what they're doing. But this can also be harmful when the training officer is not teaching them the right things. I'm going to be getting into some bad situations and bad conflicts with that people have had with the police over the years. And the most recent one has been George Floyd. It was actually the training officer who was the one who was leaning on George Floyd's neck with his knee. And it was the rookies that were standing there not knowing what to do because they had only been on the force for a short time, or two of them at the very least. And what this does is that when the training, and the whole point of what I'm trying to make here, that when the training officer is teaching has low emotional intelligence himself, because that's what that was, I don't know what that guy was thinking when he was doing that. And that's where where the question came from, is how much do they teach people what not to do? Because it should be basic knowledge. Do not lean on someone's neck for 9 minutes. But that's not what happened, and obviously not every officer is like that, but that's what I mean by attracting the wrong kind of officers, because if you have an us versus them mentality and you go and the training does not meet up with the standard that most people have, it's going to be very bad. And because of the short amount of time that officers have to train and to learn everything, it has been heavily criticized when I compared it to the Norwegian police and the Finland police, who have a 2 to 3 year training requirement. And the studies have shown that the population trusts the police much more than they do in the United States, because by the time that they're getting to use the force and getting to learning about it, and the officers in that scenario were getting their badge and their gun, which was about a 4 months time period. And the whole point of this spiel, I guess what it is that the skills of emotional intelligence are not as emphasized as they should be. Most of the time, it's them learning how to use their weapon, learning the law, other things like that, and then kind of just it's more or less than when they get to it, it doesn't always stick in their heads, and they don't practice it as much as they should be, because this is not something you can learn in a few weeks. This is something that takes months to years of practice to get these skills. And that's why when I get to the improvement section, I'll divulge into more as to what I mean by that. Training in mind, I looked into other quote-unquote damaging interactions with police, because these are where I believe you see the officers of showing a low emotional intelligence most of the time. Because as I said before, they're more confrontational, they're a lot more aggressive. They tend to be, I should say. And the most famous ones in terms of this is the Rodney King incident in LA back in the 90s, where he was beaten by 4 officers. When I looked into these, I went in with the mindset: is this police brutality, or is this someone having a low EQ who could potentially be approved? Now, obviously, in situations such as that, the officer is going to need to face a serious punishment if needed, like the Eric Gardner case or George Floyd. Those were not emotionally, though they may have been emotionally intelligent on a lower spectrum, but in those interactions where someone is seriously harmed or died, those situations should be held more accountable for those actions. If it includes them being off the force, then so be it. And I bring these up because these are more the extreme situations that could be used in training if they aren't already. I didn't see any evidence that they were, but I believe that they are, of showing officers this is what not to do. You need to work on these skills. And another one I looked into was one that happened back in December of an 18-year-old named Zeke Rayford, who had run a stop sign or had run a red light, and he fled from the police basically because he had weed on him. He ran home, and when he got home, he was banging on the door asking for his father. And when the officers showed up, they immediately tackled him, and you could see them kicking and punching him on his stoop. Now, looking at this from an objective perspective, yes, he was in the wrong because he had weed with him, even though and he ran from the police. But in terms of emotional intelligence, someone with a higher level would probably emphasize, okay, this is a black teenager living in a time who has probably seen his entire life of black Americans being shot by police, either accidentally or because the police thought they had a weapon. So he was probably scared for his life, and I believe he said he was scared for his life at the time. But these officers only saw someone who was running and assumed he was wrong, at least from what you could see from the video. And it's a heartbreaking video to see, and the reason I bring it up is because this is what I mean by implementing emotional intelligence training more into police training and potentially making the police training longer to account for this. Because a lot of the time, in situations like this, especially when it concerns race, this is where empathy becomes a lot more pronounced, because it was the stereotypical white officers versus the black citizen, and everyone is going to automatically assume, oh, they're racist, oh, they weren't doing their jobs right, and that may or may not be the case, but that's not what this point is. It's the fact that they were aggressive, they were confrontational, one would argue, and they were impulsive. They followed it appeared that they followed their emotions, and they went way too far with this kid. It's a heartbreaking video, honestly. And there was another one I saw in my relations to law enforcement class that I brought up. I don't have a picture of a teen assaulted in a New York City subway by a cop. It was a very messy situation. It was a very stressful situation where there were teenagers who were alleged to be involved in a brawl that happened, who ran into the subway, and when the officers tried to make an arrest, they resisted, and one officer, you can see him walk up and just flat out punch a kid in the face. He was maybe 18, and that itself started a whole nother mess, because now everyone on the train tracks that saw this are screaming, "Let them go," and trying to help them get away. And the reason I bring this up is because this is another situation where the use of force by the book, because because they were resisting arrest, they had the right to use an excessive force to make those arrests. But an emotionally intelligent person probably would, or even a sane person would have thought maybe not punching someone on a New York City subway. And the reason why I bring this one up, because not only does it kind of back my point up of bringing emotional intelligence into more training, or even after they graduate the police academy and bring it up more and more as they're in the department, because New York City subways do not have a railing to prevent people from going into the subway, and they were very close to the tracks. So because of that one officer's actions, if the situation had escalated even more, there is a possibility that someone could have been pushed or fell into those tracks. And that's more or less my point, is that the officers with higher emotional intelligence would know how to handle those situations as best as they could. And I'm sorry, but a punch to the face is not handling that situation. And I also brought in the Black Lives Matter protests in the summer of 2020, because this is what kind of inspired this project. Because from what I saw, all the videos I saw on social media, again, social media is a very influential part of perceptions of police. You would see police officers seemingly attack people who were not doing anything, and everyone tried to justify it as riots, even though research showed that 90% of the protests were peaceful. There were very few that broke out in the riots, and yet all the officers there had tear gas, they had riot gear, there were assaults on protesters, seemingly unprovoked. There was one video of a officer who was seen shoving a woman who was 20 back onto the sidewalk, because it was in New York City at the time, and they were allegedly out past curfew. Only she hit her head on the sidewalk, and she had a very severe brain injury because of it. And there was another one of what I call a prime example of low intelligence officer versus high intelligence officer, or in terms of emotional, because there was one of a man on his knees with his hands up, and you could see the officer shove him in the chest. Obviously unprovoked attack, and you could see it was a female officer, the one that had low intelligence. It was a male officer, low intelligence. Female high intelligence, going and screaming at him, basically. That is not what you do in this situation. You walk away. And that is what the point I'm trying to make in terms of training, if there needs to be improvements, is that it's more or less teaching them how to control those emotions and not do things like that, such as the officers who drove into a crowd in New York City. I saw that video too. It was not very good, and they were not showing a good level of emotional intelligence. And another reason why I bring this up is because during this time, you also see that officers who may have been showing a high emotional intelligence were not able to do what they could have done, such as the woman screaming at her coworker for doing that. She was praised by social media, but there was another one of an older man in Buffalo, or Rochester, I'm sorry, I can't remember the city, being shoved by an officer, and he fell and hit his head. And then you could see another one going to try and help him, only to be shoved away from him, and someone called for assistance. And the reason I bring this one up, because this is another one of them trying to help someone and possibly showing a higher level of emotional intelligence, only to be punished. And the reason why I bring that up is because later on I'm going to talk about other situations of an officer showing a higher level of emotional intelligence, trying to get the combatant officer away from a civilian, and instead they were punished for it. Now, when I get into perceptions of law enforcement, this is again to kind of reference this is how the public is going to see the police, and this is where emotional intelligence has the promise to be able to see the progress that people make, and how to potentially see a high intelligence officer versus a low intelligence officer. And like I said, when I mention this, I also mean that this is where their level is at that moment. Whether or not it can be improved or not is really up to the job and how they handle that situation. And the whole point is that because it is such a flexible skill, it's something that should be honed as they keep going on in the job, because the nature of the job is extremely scrutinized to meet expectations by the department and the public. They have to handle multiple groups that are challenging their authority, whether it be a teenager who doesn't want to listen or a drug dealer who doesn't want to get caught. And a modern officer is going to need more tactical capabilities and the blend of skills that practicing emotional intelligence can bring, because they're not just learning how to do physical actions such as a takedown of someone who's resisting arrest. They're learning how to manage their emotions not just on the job but within themselves, because this is a very mentally taxing job. It's one of the few careers that has an intense need for vigilance constantly, having a good mood and demeanor, at the very least like a proper mood at the time, and having the mental and physical endurance to do the job day in and day out, because it is a very emotional job. You're in some of my classes with Dr. Martin, he mentioned that he would be going from a shootout in Rochester to going to someone complaining that a kid is on their lawn. So it's a very it can be very high and low in terms of what you do, because you can go from a very stressful situation to a very relatively mundane situation very, very quick. And I also included race and political party because this is also where emotional intelligence some of the skills can be incorporated more. As I said before, in terms of empathy with race, empathy is not being able to is not completely being able to understand where they're coming from, but why they feel the way they do. Because in a survey that I have found, national survey, Black Americans were 5 times more likely to claim that they were victimized due to their race and ethnicity because they were suspected of doing criminal activity. Oh, and the little symbols, if you look in the little notes in the notes thing, that's the survey that I had gotten them from, because there was about 3 of them. And by political party, I include this one because this is how the Democrats and Republicans view police treatment, and ultimately whether or not laws can be passed or legislation can be passed. Because of these views on police, Democrats are more likely to see a bigger problem when it comes to police use of force against minorities, and more likely to believe that it's a bigger problem because of the history of that minorities have had with police brutality in the past, versus Republicans who, when compared, are much, much lower, and to believe that they're the bigger problem. And because of this, there's also the confidence gaps within races. Black Americans have been marginalized for decades, if not a good century. Ever since slavery, they've had arguably the most hardships of any other race or ethnicity in this country. And even with that, there is no group that is completely anti-cop, because obviously, like, it's racist to assume that Black Americans are going to distrust the police all just as much as white Americans are going to trust the police, because this is not really the reason I bring in race at all is because this is where these skills can be utilized the most. Because in a situation where it's especially a white officer and a Black civilian, they have to be aware of how it's going to look in the media because of what happened in the past, especially with Eric Gardner, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland. And Sandra Bland was the woman who was found dead in police custody and believed to have been murdered by the officers there. And it's because it also has a big impact on how they perceive the conduct of police, and it varies a lot. In terms of police tactics, courteousness, racial imparity, and competency, minority groups, especially Black Americans, are more likely to say the police do not have any of this and were more rude to them and used harsher tactics on them than white, and to say that they're competent at all in their jobs, versus white Americans. And Hispanics, I found that tend to be more in the middle. And as a Hispanic myself, I can kind of understand, because Hispanics do not come in one color. We vary a lot, and that in and of itself can show the difference in perception of police. Because if I was to get stopped by a cop, from what I understand, from what my research and from my experiences tell me, I have a good chance of being treated much more courteous and much less forceful than my brother, who is much darker than me, and he basically looks like Ice-T back in the 90s. And the reason I bring this is because, like I said, perception is where people make all is where as how people, social occurrences are how people get their perceptions of police, and because this is where you are going to see emotional intelligence a lot, because someone who has a high level of emotional intelligence is going to be aware of the different factors that are going to be in. A white American will never be able to understand what a black American has gone to, but they can empathize why they can sympathize is what I'm trying to say, why they may be more hesitant to call police. And I'm gonna talk more about that in the next slide. But the whole point of this is that because this is such a big part of the job, working with civilians, and because perception is such a heavy impact on how police can do their jobs, because it's how much people trust police. If you have officers with a higher emotional intelligence are more likely to be much less combative, as I said before, and much more sociable. And just by having a good interaction with police can help raise someone's trust in police itself. And that's why I believe it should be implemented in the training much more. Now, I've mentioned little things of ways to improve over the course of this presentation, and this is kind of to go in depth of what I meant by some of these. One of the things I found was by the Department of Justice, by recognizing the challenges in the community, such as the history of injustice among minorities, by race, sexuality, gender, not to disregard those experiences, because they do play a big role in how people perceive police, even among generations, and to try and reduce bias by improving cultural competency. And this is where emotional intelligence, empathy especially, and social awareness can come in. Because even if you don't fully understand someone's cultural competency, you can understand why it makes them act the way they act, especially in terms of the injustice among minorities. Because if someone knows someone especially who had a very bad experience with police, they are more likely not to trust police because of that experience. And this is where you're going to see emotional intelligence, the benefits of it, because this is the job basically. And another one is to develop emotional intelligence. And I had the belief that it should be implemented in training much more than it is. And how to develop it is usually to manage the negative emotions by not letting them take over, basically, by not letting the fear take over in a situation, or your anger, because there is a time and a place to do that. And especially in law enforcement, it can be, as we've seen, it can be very harmful or very deadly. It's also very good to be mindful of vocabulary, because you can't scream at somebody because you want to or because you're angry. That's how situations escalate. Another one is practice empathy, which ties in again to the other ones I saw. Even if you don't understand why someone's acting the way they do, you can understand the situation that led up to people acting the way they do. You can understand. You can be able to control your own reaction to that situation, especially the example of a civilian being very unruly. You can control how you react to what they say and what they do. And another one that I saw was know what stresses you or what triggers you. And I think the article mentioned try to avoid those situations. In law enforcement, it's harder to avoid a situation that stresses you out, because it can be a high stress job. But the big one was being able to bounce back, and this one is very important, especially after officers go through a very stressful situation. In most of the departments, they go get mental health. They go check on their mental health. I'm sorry about that. And the point of that is to being able to process those emotions, being able to understand those emotions, and then find methods how to manage those emotions, so that way you're able to look at life on a different outlook. And this can actually help reduce police burnout, because the more that they understand their own mental health, and especially their emotions, the more likely they are to be able to actually bounce back and do the job as they did before. Maybe not exactly as before, but it's still much more beneficial to the officer to be able to manage their emotions, not just in their job, but for themselves, so they don't burn out within the next 5 years. And the big one is to alter the paramilitary training of officers, also known as demilitarizing the police. And this involves getting rid of the warrior to guardian, the warrior cop mindset, and switching to the guardian mindset. So instead of us versus them having that blue line of, because a lot of officers, they don't, because the job is so much different than a lot of professions, a lot of police officers don't, they do develop that us versus them mentality, because no one else is going to understand the job like they do. They don't. A lot of the public doesn't see the things that they see on a daily basis. And going from warrior to guardian is designed to try and get rid of that mindset, in turn, and promote officers to make friends outside of the department, or to do things outside of the department, or at the very least understand, so that way they don't have the warrior going into battle mentality, and instead have the guardian protect and serve as it should be. And not, like I said, not saying it isn't, but I wouldn't be doing this project if it didn't happen. Another one is to have equal focus on emotional intelligence skills than weapons and self-defense tactics. Now, obviously, all of these are important, but there should not be more emphasis on one than the other, because they all coincide with each other. You can learn how to use a weapon and you can learn how to defend yourself, but if you let your emotions get the better of you, it can cause a situation to go from bad to worse, such as an officer going on a routine stop and being so scared of what he's going to see that he has his hand on his gun, or she or they, and instead reaching the moment that they get scared. So, and we've seen that of someone going to get their registration and the officer doesn't see what they have and immediately believes it's a gun and they start shooting. And I've seen videos such as that. And while there are instances where a routine stop can turn deadly, the whole point of this is not to develop for the worst, it's how to manage the situation that you're in now. Another one is to require longer training and higher expectations in education. This is a big one. I'm a big believer in this, because there should be longer training for officers. It's very, even with the 6 months training officer, that all depends if that training officer had a high emotional intelligence themselves. Like going back to George Floyd, the training officer was the one who had the low emotional intelligence and had his knee on his neck, and the two rookies were just kind of caught in the middle. Now, that whole situation, that's something completely different. But the point of this is there needs to be much more training available to hopefully reduce these kind of interactions. And this kind of ties into another problem of Americans not being able to afford college, or going to debt because college is so expensive in America. And they could always use the military, the money that goes into police work, and put more of that into the training itself, instead of having high grade weapons, military grade weapons, and riot gear. I mean, they're gonna need riot gear at some point, but they should not. Like I said, the whole point of this is not to villainize anybody. It's more or less how to handle these situations better for the future. And lastly, there was one of implement a duty to intervene, and I put in quotations Carryall's law. It was a law passed in Buffalo after a woman named Carryall, I hope I'm saying that name right, was fired because she got into an altercation with a fellow officer who had his arm around a man's neck while he was handcuffed. And she believed that he was doing more harm than good at the time, so when she went to pull him off, he struck her in the face, she lost a few teeth, and she got fired. And the news article that came out shortly after that said that she was making a dangerous situation worse. And I also saw this during the Black Lives Matter protests of the man when he was shoved and hit his head against the concrete in Buffalo. One officer went to go step in, only to be pulled away. And this is what I mean by duty of intervention, because if an officer believes that another officer is doing far more harm than good, they should have the ability to step in without fearing retribution, also known as the blue line, because it is well known in the cop world in the cop world, it is well known that people who go against what people believe to be acceptable in the department are ostracized, and sometimes they sometimes other officers don't respond to backup calls, or they don't rush to help if they're in danger, and this can be dangerous to the officer who intervened in the beginning. And the whole point I'm trying to make is that the emotional intelligence training, if it's implemented more, especially during the department, these situations might decrease, and the duty to intervene is not going to be as ostracized in police departments, because the whole point of it would be they would not intervene in the first place if they believed the other officer was doing the right thing or doing more harm than good. At the very least, I hope so. And these are hopefully the benefits that you're going to see with higher emotional intelligence training, or better emotional intelligence training in the police department. And this is usually better behavior among the officers. They improve their self-confidence and job performance. They focus on the issues, not department politics. Again, officers not focusing on the issue itself versus the blue line, oh, you have to protect me because I'm another cop kind of mentality, which still exists. Some people will deny it, but it does exist. And it also has better performance in a team/group setting, because even if you don't like another officer, you still know how to work with them. And you can also understand other viewpoints much more easily, or you should be able to, as well as have a positive influence on others, stay optimistic, as well as staying calm and have effective problem solving, especially in a very high stress situation. And I also included how to reduce stress/increase these benefits. This is more or less how to also develop your emotional intelligence as it is. Don't be a perfectionist. Lead by example. Stop negative thinking. Control what's possible and set attainable goals. And I added keep the dreams. And by this I mean, most of the time when recruits come in, they have these big dreams, and they have that it's sometimes crushed by the reality of the job. And what they can do is set a goal that is attainable at the time and work towards making that dream a reality, such as working to get the promotion, working to resolve a conflict, working to have a healthier environment and healthier relationship with your fellow officers, as well as staying optimistic during the job as much as they can, because like I said, it is a very high stakes, very emotional, taxing job. So if you need time to get better mentally, then the department should be able to do that. And also lead by example, to be the officer with the high emotional intelligence, and to show the recruits and the trainees what an officer should look like. And don't be a perfectionist and control what's possible, is mostly because there are uncontrollable situations where you cannot control the outcome, or you can't foresee an outcome. And the whole point of it is to not be the ideal, not be this guardian angel, even though you are supposed to have a guardian mentality. You still are only human. There's only so much that anyone can do in a situation. And the whole point of this is to learn how to control what you can control. You can control how you react, you can control what you say, you can control what you do. And that's the whole point of including emotional intelligence in law enforcement, to teach officers much more control, and hopefully these outcomes won't happen as much as they have. And that concludes my presentation. The next few slides are just resources. I did try to cut this down as much as I could. I didn't realize it would be this long, but I hope you enjoyed it.
Working with a more coaching approach to developing people. You may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. And there's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make. And every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. but it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird, because it's one of those things that to define is really...
There's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions,
right,
recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people, and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architect might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence. It's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings, and there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win. It is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their working life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, "Will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush?" And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. you can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, I mean, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally, you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally, there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room, and it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now, that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. I mean, most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training. But most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head, you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
and the filters that you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, "Can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards?" And he said, "If I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see." And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, "Nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us." So, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head, and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, training and development, been able to, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh, no, that's too far or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business specifics around business development and networking. I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better,
right?
Which is fascinating as an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
is that common within architects? Then there's a lot of, I suppose it's quite an introverted.
I think it's
profession.
common, full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking in lots of people's heads sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
But exactly. It can be, yeah. I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. What do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? What's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. Obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think another factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
That's
that
fascinating.
A bit.
And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions that are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into a leadership role, the leadership role in your business, is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's a terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
Well, first of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And the asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principals and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to Engineering for Change, or E4C for short. Today we're pleased to bring you our monthly E4C seminar series, which is spearheaded by ASME's Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, with a purpose to intellectually develop the field of engineering for global development. Each month, we have been hosting new research institutions to learn more about their work in advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and global development more broadly. Today's seminar is with Dr. Evan Thomas, and we'll hear a little bit more about him, his group's work, later in the seminar. The seminar you're participating in will be archived on the E4C website, as well as our YouTube channel. Both of the URLs where you can access the recordings are listed on the slide in front of you. Information on upcoming seminars is available on our seminars page, and E4C members will receive invitations to upcoming seminars directly. If you have any questions, comments, and recommendations for future topics and speakers, please feel free to contact our team at research@engineeringforchange.org. And if you're following us on Twitter today, please join our conversation with the dedicated hashtag E4C Seminar Series. Before we move to our presenters, I would like to share with you a little bit of information about E4C is a knowledge organization, digital platform, and global community of over 1 million engineers, designers, development practitioners, and social scientists who are leveraging technology to solve quality of life challenges faced by underserved communities around the globe. Some of these may include access to clean water and sanitation, sustainable energy, information and communication technology, agriculture, and more. We invite all of you to become E4C members. Membership is free and provides access to news, thought leadership, insights on hundreds of essential technologies, professional development, and current opportunities such as funding, calls, jobs, fellowships, and more. And E4C members also receive exclusive invitations to online and regional events, as well as access to resources aligned to their needs. We invite you to visit our website to learn more and sign up. Our research work cuts across geographies and sectors to deliver an ecosystem view of technology for good. Original research is conducted by E4C's research fellows annually on behalf of our partners and clients and delivered as digestible insights. We invite you to visit our research page, the URL is listed on the slide, to explore field insights, research collaborations, and review of the State of Engineering for Global Development, a compilation of academic programs and institutions offering training in this sector. If you have a research question or want to work with us on a research project as a fellow, please contact us at research@engineeringforchange.org. And we're also pleased to share news about our current challenge on E4C, focused on expediting solutions related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger and clean water. The Innovate for Impact Siemens Design Challenge aims to nurture breakthrough ideas and apply human-centered design to engineer innovative hardware solutions that help achieve SDGs 2 and 6 by 2030. Learn more and sign up on our website. The URL is listed. Applications are open now to all E4C members. Given the current pandemic, the deadline for submissions has been extended through May 4th. I encourage all of you to apply. Now, with that, just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. As always, we like to take a practice round with using our WebEx platform. So we invite you now to type in your location into the chat window. As some of you have already done this, obviously have been part of these seminars before. We have folks from Cameroon, from Sweden. I see folks from New Jersey, a little closer to home, North Carolina, New York City, Barcelona, Portugal, Alaska. Oh, that's the first one. Welcome, Alaska. Kathmandu, the Rockaways in New York, Kenya, Ghana, a Ghanaian from Turkey, Nigeria, Dayton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, Ann Arbor. Welcome. So with that in mind, do please put your questions into the Q&A window, which is right below the chat window. If you do not see the chat or the Q&A windows, please take a look for the two icons that are located in the bottom in the middle of the slides to have those open up for you. I see some answers coming up in the Q&A window. Welcome, friends. If you have any comments that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, please use the chat window for that purpose. Questions for our speakers today, we invite you to please put them into the Q&A window so we can keep track of those. If you have any issues with WebEx during this time, please make sure to email our admin. The Engineering for Change admin can be directly IM'd in the chat window. And if you're listening to the audio broadcast and you encounter any trouble, try hitting stop and then start. And you may also want to try opening up WebEx in a different browser. So with that and those instructions, and again, welcome everyone from Mombasa to Pakistan to Montreal. We're very pleased to have you here. I am pleased to introduce our presenter today, Dr. Evan Thomas, who is the director of the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering and holds the Mortensen Endowed Chair in Global Engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. He's a tenured associate professor, jointly appointed in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering and the Aerospace Engineering Sciences departments, and an affiliate faculty in the Environmental and Occupational Health at the Colorado School of Public Health. Evan is currently a member of the NASA and USAID Surveyor Applied Sciences team. He has a PhD in Aerospace Engineering Sciences from the University of Colorado Boulder and is a registered professional engineer, as well as having a master's in public health from the Oregon Health and Science University. We're honored that he is also the co-chair of the ASME Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, and really thrilled to turn it over to Evan to share his insights. All right, Evan, I'm going to pass over controls to you. And then I also want to introduce today's moderator, Dr. Jesse Austin Brenneman. If you've joined the series before, you would have heard his bio, and I will spare you from reading it. It is also equally extensive and illustrious, and you can see it on the slide right now. Jesse is going to take us through the Q&A session and provide his insights as well. So with that, I turn it over to Evan.
Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Jesse. It's a pleasure to work with both of you and speak with all of our attendees today virtually. I'm going to share a little bit today about how do we measure impact in global engineering, and even before that, what is global engineering? What does it mean to be an engineer working to address global challenges of poverty reduction, both these persistent challenges of access to safe water, safe sanitation, safe infrastructure, safe energy, but then also how some of these global changes, including climate change and COVID-19, are impacting some of these communities around the world, and what's our role as engineers in trying to assist with solutions. This is our world. I'm sure this looks very familiar to everyone. What's neat about this is it's not a graphic. It kind of looks like a graphic. It's actually a picture. It's a bunch of stitched satellite imagery of everywhere on Earth on a cloud-free day. But we all can see where each of you are around the world on this map. Here's another way of looking at the planet. So you see two different images here. One is electricity, lights. So you see in North America and in Europe, and you can see the Nile lit up in North Africa. You can see India and China outlined. That's where there's electricity use, and it's contributing to light that you can see from space. But then the more orange colors, or the more red colors, those are biomass fires. So some of those are forest fires, but most of what you see there are people cooking with wood fuel and charcoal. we still today, even in 2020, about half the world's population still uses firewood for their daily energy needs. And many of those people live in the global south, and in particular, sub-Saharan Africa. And this contributes to some of the leading persistent causes of illness and death globally. We have one of the leading causes of illness and death is respiratory disease, which is tied to both indoor and outdoor air pollution. We still have over 1 billion people in the world that lack access to safe drinking water, 2 billion people that don't have safe sanitation. And many of these people live in areas of the world where climate change is making these problems worse. So in sub-Saharan Africa, you're seeing early effects of climate change. You're seeing increased variability in rainfall. So wet places are getting wetter, but dry places are also getting drier. So drought that used to happen in East Africa maybe every 5 or 10 years is now effectively every single year. We also have rainfall variability. So rain's coming at different times of the year, which impacts crop yields. So crop failure is increasing, and risk of famine and food insecurity is increasing, and water insecurity is increasing. Climate change is also impacting disease. Malaria has killed more people in human history than any other single cause. And the one saving grace of malaria is that the parasite, which lives inside mosquitoes, couldn't live above about 5,000 feet. So population centers like Nairobi, Kenya, actually evolved, came into being because people realized they weren't sick from malaria. And now, just within the past few years, as the average mean surface temperature warms, there's now persistent and chronic malaria in Nairobi and other major cities around the world. So we're actually seeing disease patterns being resurgent and changing. This is another way of looking at the planet. These are aerosols. So you see here in Africa, a lot of these aerosols are associated with biomass cook stoves and charcoal stoves. In North America, a lot of those will be forest fires. In North Africa, those are dust storms. And out in the ocean, you see typhoons and hurricanes. So one question that we have often as engineers and as development practitioners is simple. Is development working? Is the entire field of global development, which includes nonprofit organizations like Engineers Without Borders, all the way up to multilaterals like the World Bank and UNICEF, or national entities like USAID, all of this energy and activity and professional work poured into poverty reduction, is it working? Are people getting healthier? Are they getting wealthier? Are we strengthening economies? So one thing you look at is disease and morbidity and mortality. So this chart here is global mortality among children under 5 over the past basically 25 years. And you can see that for every cause, mortality has decreased over the past 25 years. So respiratory infections have dropped precipitously. Diarrhea diseases, neonatal and preterm issues, malaria, HIV and AIDS, even though there's some bumps in the 2000s, overall, those major causes of mortality among children are decreasing. So often you can look at this kind of data and say development is working. But the benefits are disproportionate. And I want to highlight that here up front because, you know, while it's important to be optimistic and it's important to want to contribute to some of the solutions, it's also important to be realistic about where these changes are actually happening and where chronic poverty is not necessarily being addressed. So here's another way of looking at the planet. These are CO2 emissions per capita. So you can see that the United States, even though China recently passed the United States as the biggest single emitter globally, by far the United States is the single greatest emitter per capita. Here in the United States, we use more CO2 and energy per person than anywhere else in the United States, in the world. Plus, we've used more energy and had more CO2 emissions as a country in aggregate of any country in the world. But you can see that China, Russia, Europe, North Africa, North America, Australia are big users of energy and the associated emissions per capita. And sub-Saharan Africa has practically no emissions per capita. So this is energy use. Here's another map. This is the global burden of disease today. So these are the people in the world that have the greatest burden of disease per capita. And a lot of that disease burden, which is still environmentally, a lot of environmental hazards like air quality and water quality and sanitation and malaria and other diseases, is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the least developed countries in the world, about 50 out of the 70 least developed countries, are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you still see that there's a concentration of poverty and disease, and a lack of economic activity is reflected in energy use in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the proportion of populations with access to basic hand washing facilities. Now, we don't have data for Europe or for North America or for much of South America. So the gray is an indication of no data. So just look at where you see the color bars. This is data from the Joint Monitoring Program indicating the proportion of households that have soap and water. In Kenya, about 10% of rural households have soap and water. In Ethiopia, 4% of rural households have soap and water. This is relevant right now. The main advice from the World Health Organization, the main advice from the CDC, the main advice from UNICEF on how we can slow and stop the spread of COVID-19 everywhere in the world is with regular hand washing with soap and water. And that is especially evident as the main intervention that is promoted in low and middle income countries. And yet people don't have soap and they don't have water. So there's emerging concern that if COVID does spread in sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to spread very quickly without access to soap and water. 4% of rural Ethiopians have soap and water. 10% of rural Kenyans have soap and water. So this is morbidity, disease burden among all people in high-income countries. So the top chart here is high-income countries, and the bottom chart is low-income countries. And I just want to point out that if you live in a high-income country, the burden of disease are going to be things like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, even things like back and neck pains. In low-income countries, the burden of disease is highly skewed to environmental hazards, lower respiratory infections, which are correlated to air pollution, diarrhea, and malaria. And we're going to look at a similar chart, but only for deaths among children under 5. So if a baby is born in a high-income country and he dies, it's likely going to be a neonatal, a preterm issue, or a congenital defect. If a baby is born and dies in a low-income country, she likely is going to die of a respiratory disease or diarrhea or malaria again. And 99% of the deaths among children under 5 are in low-income countries. So is development working? On one hand, we can say that people are getting healthier, but on the other hand, you can say that we're not necessarily making progress among the lowest income countries. This is, again, 25 years of data of all the people in extreme poverty, which is living on less than $1.90 per person per day in equivalent purchasing power parity, which, by the way, is an extremely low number. Other statistics like to use numbers of less than $5 a day, and you suddenly start seeing that billions of people are still living on less than $5 a day. But still, this illustrates something. So the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day has dropped from 2 billion people in 1990 to projected about 500 million people by 2030. But where is that progress happening? It's happening in India and China. India and China each have 1 billion people. For the vast majority of that progress are national economic activity and economic policies which have brought people into the middle class and has been reflected in decreasing disease burden and increasing wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa is increasing in the number of people in extreme poverty, and is projected to continue to increase over the next 10 years. So I think it's very important that as development practitioners, we focus specifically on the question of whether or not our interventions are directly impacting poverty reduction. While as a world, as a planet, the number of people in poverty has been decreasing and wealth has been increasing, the focus of development priorities in large part remains in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a stubborn 500,000 people living in extreme poverty. So this is the world today. Some of you might have seen this chart before from Gapminder. We've used terms like low and middle income countries, or global north and global south, or an old term was third world countries. Of course, we don't use that anymore. None of those terms really make a lot of sense when you look at the spread of income and life expectancy in the world. So on the bottom is a log scale of income, per capita income. And on the X scale, or on the Y scale, sorry, it's life expectancy. And if you've seen Hans Rosling's animation of this data, the main case that he makes is that 200 years ago, everybody in the world and every country in the world was clustered in that lower left-hand corner, that everybody is poor and died young. And that over 200 years, everyone has moved up to that level 4 area where you have high income and high life expectancy. But I want to point out in particular, look in that level 1 category, in level 1 and 2. It's sub-Saharan Africa again. You still have that stubborn cluster of South-Saharan African countries that are stuck in poverty. And again, this has been such the target of development policy and development practice that I think we need to evaluate if these interventions are contributing to this overall goal of increased health and wealth. One way of looking at this question is how much money is actually going into sub-Saharan Africa. So this is data of financial flows into and out of sub-Saharan Africa over the past 10 years. And up in this top chart, everything above 0 are the total added up sources of money. So you can see in purple, it's remittances. These are people living outside of their home country, sending money home. In that lighter blue, it's foreign aid. So this would be the World Bank and UNICEF and USAID. In darker blue, it's foreign investments. So it's corporations investing in industry and in economies. And then you can barely see it. That little green bar on the top, that's philanthropy. That's the Gates Foundation and everybody else like the Gates Foundation giving direct philanthropy to initiatives in Africa. I think there's a couple things that are striking about this chart. Remittances are just as big as foreign aid, and philanthropy is actually pretty small. So even though foundations like the Gates Foundation have enormous influence in the development sector, their contribution is actually a tiny fraction of the financial flows into Africa. But that's flows of money into sub-Saharan Africa. On the bottom, the below 0 in orange, this is debt interest payments. These are just interest on debt, not capital repayments, but just interest on largely World Bank debt repaid, getting repaid based on debts incurred in the 70s and 80s in Africa. So it almost basically wipes out foreign aid, is having to send money back to the World Bank again. And then you have trade misinvoicing. That's in red. Trade misinvoicing and tax avoidance. These are those foreign corporations using tricks of the tax code to avoid paying taxes in these countries. And the overall effect of that is that while there might be a lot of economic activity, a lot of that activity is not being translated into income to national governments to provide basic services. So governments not able to provide water, sanitation, energy, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, education without a tax base. And that tax base is minimized through tax avoidance and trade misinvoicing. So if you take the net of all of this, these inflows and outflows, you get to about $20 billion a year going into Africa. Now that might sound like a lot of money. It's a lot more money than I have, but $20 billion a year is about $20 per person per year as the net investment of the rest of the world in Africa. It's really not very much money. It's about the budget of NASA or the EPA or USAID. So in aggregate, even though there's a lot of heat, there's not necessarily a lot of fire around economic development and investment in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a little bit of context setting. That's the world that we live in today. So what is the role of engineers in trying to address these chronic challenges? Historically, engineers have liked to work on a project or a product level. We like to invent a new water filter or invent a new cook stove or do a project in a village like rainwater catchment. And that's been our contribution, at least over the past 20, 30, 40 years, is project and product level focus. But these are not solving these chronic underlying problems. A product is not solving the root cause of poverty in a village. And inventing another water filter does not address the reason why people don't have clean water. So as engineers, we need to elevate our contribution. We need to be more concerned with the determinants and causes and ultimately try to address solutions to global poverty. So what do we mean by that? This is a non-comprehensive list, just a list of examples of where engineers can contribute. One is standards development, something that the professional societies like ASME have a really great history in, is engineers coming together and saying, this is the criteria for water treatment. We're not going to let everybody invent a new way of doing this. We have to have certain standards for water quality, certain standards for air quality, certain standards for structures. System science, looking at systems level interventions, not just is a water filter working or is a water pump working, but what is the entire system behind water service delivery? Impact evaluation. Impact evaluation has been big in the past 15 years in the development sector, led by economists and by public health professionals. Engineers also have a role in designing experimentally rigorous evaluations to see if technologies and interventions are actually addressing problems on a long-term basis. Another example is instrumentation and remote sensing. Our team in particular focuses on this work. How can we use satellite data and sensor data to monitor food security, to monitor water security, and to use that information so that people can act on it to improve water and food security? Pay for performance contracting. This might sound a little arcane, but a big area of emphasis today is how do we actually incentivize services? Let's not give money to a nonprofit to install another water pump. Let's incentivize delivery of water services and use contracting and monitoring mechanisms to ensure long-term support of service delivery. Professional and graduate education, of course, this is what Engineering for Change does in part, and what our program here at the University of Colorado does, and along with a lot of other universities, trying to train engineers to contribute to these global challenges. Of course, environmental health, those hazards of dirty air and dirty water and sanitation are not going away yet. We need to continue to innovate in that space. And structures and settlements. As engineers, how do we build safe housing, safe transportation for both developing areas as well as in emergency response? So how does this all come together in terms of actual interventions? This is a little infographic of how foreign aid flows today. Money often comes in, as indicated on the left, through organizations all the way from Engineers Without Borders to the World Bank to go into projects that often have a technology component, a water project, a cook stove project, an off-grid energy project. It's designed to try to address a symptom of poverty: dirty water, dirty air, unsafe sanitation. But the lasting impact is often not there. About half of water and sanitation programs installed every year with foreign aid are broken within the first 18 months, and they often never get fixed. Now, an engineer might say, well, I need to build a better water pump. But the economists and the public health people and the public policy people will say, we need to look at that entire system. We need to look at who's paying for water, where are the subsidies, how do you professionalize this service, what are the supply chains? It goes way beyond training a local technician to fix a water pump. So how do we close this loop? How do we actually make sure that the impact, the long-term service delivery, is tied to the payments and to the performance of the service? This is the positive feedback loop we're trying to create, where you have a water pump or a water service, you monitor that service, you use that monitoring data to enable maintenance activities. So you go out and fix a water pump, and you tie that fix to payments. So you actually incentivize using money payments for basic services and not for just coverage. So I'm going to give you a few examples of how our team is trying to operationalize this. There's a number of different ways that we can measure things. So if we just look at water and sanitation, the goal is improved health. The mechanisms for improved health is better water, better hygiene, better nutrition, better sanitation. The way we measure that is whether or not people have soap, whether or not people have access to water, what the quality of that water is, what the cost of that water is. But way out here, way outside these rings, are how we actually measure this today. We use surveys and observations and sensors and test kits. And these are really not sufficient. In many ways, we're not directly measuring the impact of a service on health, which is the actual goal. So this is Rwanda. I'm going to give a brief overview of one program that we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is still about 80% of people live outside of urban centers and are subsistence farmers using biomass, wood primarily, for their daily energy needs. And that wood contributes to these emissions that you can see. Now, some people cook outside as in this picture, but many people will cook indoors and be exposed directly to that indoor air pollution. We ran a program over the past, well, I've personally been working in Rwanda for the past 16 years, starting with Engineers Without Borders all the way to a national health program that we ran over the past few years, where we provided interventions and behavior change messaging to address the two leading environmental health hazards, dirty water and dirty air. So we provided cook stoves and water filters covering about 2 million people in Rwanda, combined that with public health behavior change messaging, continuous engagement with households, and a financing model that let us pay for this using private finance, and we were incentivized to continue upkeep and monitoring of the program through revenues that were earned under carbon finance, which I won't spend too much time on today. I'll spend more time just talking about the intervention itself. So this is Rwanda. Over on the left side in yellow and blue, you see the western province of Rwanda, and on the green side, a couple of northern districts and the eastern province. In 2014 through 2016, we reached about 2 million people with water filters and cook stoves, covering the entire western province of Rwanda and the eastern province of Rwanda, the poorest households in each of those regions. And we ran a randomized control trial to evaluate if the program impacted water quality, air quality, and health. So over in the western province, the districts in yellow didn't receive the interventions at first, and we compared environmental health in both, compared between the yellow areas and the blue areas. So this is a cook stove. It's the EcoZoom Dura. It's a biomass cook stove that reduces wood fuel use by about 50%, reduces indoor air pollution by about the same amount. By itself, that's not enough. The cook stove by itself actually doesn't reduce emissions enough to have a health benefit, nor is it viable if you don't combine it with behavioral messaging to discontinue use of the previous stove. So even something as simple as a stove actually needs regular engagement with households so that you don't accidentally or unwittingly increase emissions and increase fuel use. Many people will get a new stove like this and use it in addition to their baseline stove, which can have the effect of increasing emissions, increasing fuel use. Plus, if you use the stove indoors, you don't really reduce indoor air pollution enough to have a health benefit. So we had to do a lot of messaging to get people to use the stove exclusively and to get them to use it outdoors. And this is the water filter, the LifeStraw Family 2.0. Great water filter. It eliminates microbial contamination to the highly protective rating of the WHO. But by itself, that's not enough. It needs maintenance. It needs regular cleaning. It also needs to be used exclusively. If people combine use of clean water from the LifeStraw with dirty water that they're getting from other sources, you can actually lower a natural or an acquired immune response and make people sicker. So again, a water filter by itself is not necessarily a break-even proposition. It can cause problems if you're not careful. So this is how we ran the distributions. This is a partnership between us and the Ministry of Health in Rwanda. It was called Tadeo Neza. It means to live well. We had about 900 community health workers working with us across 7,500 villages, distributing these products and engaging in households. We had a radio signal on the radio stations that everybody knew across Rwanda for a couple of years. So this was all part of our behavior change messaging. We also provided messaging directly in homes. Every one of our community health workers went door to door repeatedly over a couple of years to train people in the use of the stove and water filter, to maintain and fix and replace if necessary the products, and to customize the use for that particular household. So on the right, this is a poster that was provided that was customized. A community health worker took a Sharpie and would fill out the poster to customize it for that particular home. And the home signed a contract between themselves and their local elected cell secretary, agreeing to participate in the program and to use the products and to not sell them or give them away. We also measured use using innovative methods. So this is one of our sensors that we installed directly inside both the stoves and water filters. And what we were interested in doing is measuring if people actually use the stoves and filters. Plus, we wanted to know if the sensors themselves caused any reaction among households. And for the water filters, we saw a pretty dramatic impact. Using survey data, which is currently the most common and most widely used method for evaluating things like water filter interventions, people report using about 1.5 liters per person per day, which is also exactly the right answer. When people know a sensor is watching them or is in their water filter, they're using about 1 liter a day. And when people don't know that a sensor is there, which is our best estimate of actual behavior, it's only about 0.5 liter a day. So we see big reactivity. We see a disparity between survey data and what people actually do, but we also see a big difference between what happens when people know a sensor's there versus when they don't know a sensor's there. So we've expanded on this recently. This is an ongoing study applied to cook stoves in Rwanda, where we took advantage of the fact that we'd actually used sensors to cause people to engage in healthier behaviors and adapted it for monitoring indoor air pollution. This on the right is a indoor air pollution sensor, a PM 2.5 sensor that monitors air quality, and it shows that air quality as a kind of a barometer in the child's lungs here on a scale that goes up to the WHO 24-hour mean exposure for particulate matter. Then when we detect a cooking event, if we detect people using an indoor cook stove, a biomass cook stove, it plays an alarm. Now it's not like this is basically a smoke detector, but it's not a smoke detector alarm. It's some Rwandan drums that were recorded. It's a behavioral reminder, a nudge to use a clean cook stove indoors. So in aggregate, this program had a big effect on health in Rwanda. We nearly doubled the number of households with clean water. We reduced indoor air pollution by 73%. We reduced diarrhea among children under 5 by 30% and respiratory disease by 25%. And in aggregate, we're able to estimate that about 90 children, we avoid their death every year that the program is running, and we save 7,500 disability-adjusted life years. So 7,500 years of lost, of avoided illness in aggregate across the program. So there's a few other mechanisms that I'm going to explain now that we've used in other contexts. So we've tied things like interventions, environmental health interventions, to payment systems, carbon credits, health credits, pay-for-performance impact bonds, as well as instrumentation, using things like sensors to monitor an intervention and to try to create that closed loop where service delivery is incentivized. I'm going to go through just a couple other quick examples of where we've done this. We've used sensors to monitor latrines. This is Sanergy's operation in Kenya. They're a franchise-based sanitation model in urban areas in Nairobi. We put sensors in these franchise toilets to monitor fill rates of the toilets and to help franchise operators communicate with Sanergy to ask them to come and service the latrines. We've used these same sensors in India to try to monitor behavior and to try to correlate that to health outcomes. And we found over and over again that what people actually tell us they do is not really what they do with sanitation behaviors. We've also linked this type of data to sanitary inspections. Sanitary inspections are a survey tool to monitor, to estimate risk of exposure to microbial contamination at water points or at other kinds of wash interventions. We've actually shown that sanitary inspections have almost no predictive power for water contamination. So we're trying to influence the measurement tools that are used in the sector today. And we're using this across infrastructure as well, not just environmental health, but environmental resilience. This is a program where we are evaluating, run by Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity puts in pedestrian footbridges that link isolated communities to things like clinics and schools and hospitals, and most importantly, markets. And we are running the impact evaluation where we're looking at things like health. So we're measuring health in homes, we're measuring market access, we're measuring livelihoods like increased wage earnings. We're even measuring bridge use. So we have cameras monitoring bridge use, and we're correlating that to these health and livelihood outcomes. And then one of our biggest initiatives now is DRIP. It's called the Drought Resilience Impact Platform, where we're trying to help reduce and ultimately end drought emergencies in East Africa. About a quarter of the world's population is facing increased water insecurity, and as I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, in East Africa in particular, drought is essentially an annual occurrence now. and they're becoming more severe and more frequent, in part thanks to climate change. This is a very arid region of the world where people used to use surface water, but are now increasingly reliant on groundwater sources. So they're drilling holes in the ground to extract water as a resilience effort during times of extreme drought. So that's what you see here. These are from northern Kenya. We're operating across northern Kenya and across northern and eastern Ethiopia, monitoring groundwater supplies and trying to improve drought resilience through the maintenance of these water systems. So what happens is, during the rainy seasons, people will get water from streams and rivers and holding ponds and other rainwater catchment methods. During the dry season, people will migrate to these groundwater sources and access water from these pumps and these storage tanks. But often these systems are broken. About 40% of them are broken in the middle of the drought. And it's not necessarily because the groundwater supply runs dry. A lot of these are deep aquifers, they're ancient water. So it's actually the infrastructure itself that breaks. And that can lead to a drought emergency where people are displaced, livestock die, and crops fail. So our effort, I'm just going to skip ahead because I just mentioned this piece. Our effort is trying to link groundwater management to drought resilience. Sorry, I'm just going to jump ahead here to our theory of change. We link monitoring of food and water security. So we have sensors monitoring groundwater pumps. We have satellites monitoring food security and rainfall. And we create models that can forecast groundwater demand and forecast drought. Our partners include the Famine Early Warning System, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, and we're part of the NASA and USAID SEVERE program, which is about linking satellite data to decision aids in low and middle income settings. So we're taking all of our sensor data and the satellite data, creating models that forecast food security and water security, and then engage in pay-for-performance contracting, where we pinpoint activities where we need to go and fix water pumps before the drought happens. We've done this before. These systems that we're currently monitoring are big borehole systems, but we've done this across examples like hand pumps. These are hand pumps in Kenya and Ethiopia, where we installed sensors to monitor those hand pumps and actually tell us when a hand pump is broken so you can go out and fix it. The idea is the sensor is monitoring the pumps, it identifies that a pump is broken, and you deploy a technician to go and fix it. We've seen a huge impact on water point functionality. Typically, these hand pumps are broken about half the year. They're broken for about 200 days, any given failure, and on average, a group of pumps are only about 50% of them are working. We were able to get about 90% functionality and get repair intervals from 200 days down to 20 days, proactively using sensor data to go out there and make a repair. So now we're doing this at scale. This is a map of the Horn of Africa. Every one of these dots is a groundwater supply serving on average about 5,000 people each. And we have a satellite connected sensor monitoring every single one of those water points on a continuous basis. And we're linking that data to local operators, local governments, local ministries of water, but also national entities like the National Drought Management Authority and international entities like UNICEF and USAID, who can collectively act to try to improve water security. This is not some simple story of a local community locally maintaining a water pump. Water is subsidized for everybody in the world, including everybody on this phone call. And this area of the world is some of the most resource constrained and feeling the earliest impacts of climate change. So this isn't about making a local community fully maintain their water supply. It's about aligning incentives and responsibility and accountability collectively to make sure that people have access to water during drought. The colors that are underneath the map are the Famine Early Warning System's food security classification for the same region. So we also see the direct relationship between climate change, rainfall, and groundwater demand. We've seen this across the region. We're currently monitoring about 3 million people's water supplies on a daily basis for the past 4 years. We have about 250,000 site days of data over the past 4 years. It's a big data set, and we're able to compare the use and function of those groundwater pumps to climate variability like rainfall. And we see that as rainfall decreases, there's increasing demand on groundwater resources. So that's where we are putting our focus. So just in conclusion, so we have time for questions. the point of measurement, an improved and continuous measurement, doesn't exist in a vacuum. Data by itself is not that interesting unless it's actionable, unless it's acted upon. And for it to be acted upon, you also have to care about the incentives. So I am an engineer, and I like working on things like sensors, but I have to know about contracting. I have to know about policy. Our team has to be engaged in those conversations. We don't just throw it over the fence to an economist or throw it over the fence to a policy person, who, by the way, are also domain experts. This idea that engineers should stay in our engineering lane is kind of silly when the economists like to talk about engineering and the public policy people like to talk about public health. We need to be at those same conversations, at those same tables, bringing in our expertise, but also calibrating our contribution against what is actually needed to address the underlying causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. All right, thanks. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evan. It's very valuable. Jesse, I invite you to take us to our discussion.
So just as a note, I've been taking some notes on the questions that have been coming in the Q&A. As I'm asking, so I'm going to try and synthesize those into a few questions for Evan right now. Evan, thanks again for really an inspiring talk. I always read your papers, and then just to see it all in this one sort of comprehensive, bigger picture view is really great, especially within the context you said at the beginning. A lot of the questions, so as I'm asking, please continue to write in the Q&A, and I'll try and address those as we move forward. A lot of the questions come up around building this team. You've just talked about in your conclusion, having all of these ministries. It's a large cost to be able to do this sensor and evaluation over years, multiple years as you're talking about. How do you build that team and convince that team, or at least get consensus among the team that this type of evaluation is necessary, or what is the best way to do it? Right, so you talked about both disciplines, but also across organizations, right, and countries. So what does that process look like for you?
So everything I described today is our consortium efforts. Each of the examples I provided have many different organizations involved. I'm just speaking about some of those projects, but we're not doing all of that work as just our organization. If I just use DRIP as an example, DRIP itself as a concept is a number of different USAID programs funded through a number of different implementers, including the Millennium Water Alliance in Kenya and Lowland Wash in Ethiopia. We have NASA funding some of the technical work. We have the National Science Foundation funding some of the instrumentation work. So a lot of this is about putting the pieces together from different funding sources and with different organizations towards a common goal. In terms of convincing anybody, generally people don't need much convincing that we should increase our focus on service delivery. The big challenge has been changing the incentives. When historically big funding agencies fund infrastructure, you'll have smart professionals and engineers who are there saying, yeah, I know I'm building a pump that's going to break in 2 years, but that's the contracting mechanism. So it's less about convincing people that these are challenges and more about trying to offer collaborative ways to change the status quo. So introducing new ideas, introducing instrumentation, introducing pay-for-performance contracting. And, while we have had some successes in our team and there's lots of great promising work out there, everything here is a work in progress. We have not ended drought emergencies in the Horn of Africa. We're monitoring a lot of water supplies right now. I can't prove to you that we've improved water security yet. So these are long-term efforts that require frankly, some courage on the part of the implementers and funders to support. And I think the other thing that's challenging, Jesse, is this balance between wanting to be innovative and the rewards we get in our sector around innovation, and also not being too fickle. And we also know how to deliver water, and it doesn't take another invention to do that. So how do I resolve that in my head? Our sensors, while being innovative and are introducing this technology into the sector, the purpose of them is to help get the water pumps fixed. By themselves, they don't do anything. So there's a tricky balance there between innovation and doing the hard, long, expensive work of delivering basic services. We've looked for gimmicks and products and innovations for a long time to solve poverty, and we've avoided making the expensive, necessary investments to ensure service delivery in the same way that we do in higher income countries.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think that you rephrased my question exactly in the direction I was looking for. Could you speak a little bit more? Someone who, let's say, is a researcher in a university or somewhere else, how do they go about building this? So you guys have a whole center, you have a whole group of people, these consortiums, you have past relationships with. I guess, could you talk us through sort of the trajectory of someone wanting to build something that ends up, several years from now looking like DRIP, looking like one of these projects? How do they start and get on this process working with their local partners? They're working right now, as you said, in the status quo of I'm working with a village, I'm working with a community, I have one NGO I work with, right? How do they then, if we want to move everybody towards this more system level impact and evaluation, what's the trajectory, what has the trajectory look like for you? And what would you suggest it to be for other people? I think that's what a lot of these questions have been asking.
Yeah, I think I wish I had a simple answer. I think that there's a few different things that come to mind. One is different institutions are good at different things. So, in our program, sometimes we are the university, sometimes we're a small company, sometimes we're a nonprofit, sometimes we're partnered directly with government. So each of those types of institutions have different value and different skill sets they bring to the table. But it's also not necessary to, again, only stay in your lane. If you're an academic, it's okay to also be an entrepreneur and also work with a nonprofit. And in fact, the counterpoint is that it can be quite limiting to only stay within your domain. If you're only going to stay in your world, you're not adding a lot to those other worlds. So it's important to not necessarily be a dilettante, but at least be conversant and have relationships in those other areas and be able to work with them. The other thing is that it takes a long time. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you this. Like, you come up with an idea, the starting point of an idea to address a problem in an actual product or a solution is way longer than anybody thinks. It's not one cycle of the I-show. It's not one cycle of an SBIR from the government. It's not one funding round. It's not one project. It takes a long time. SweetSense is our sensor spin-off company. We founded it in 2012. It's now been 8 years that this company is still in startup mode. It might be because we're terrible at it, and it might also be because this stuff is kind of hard, and it takes a long time. And that iterative process sometimes also bumps up against the other modalities of foreign aid development, where USAID wants you to write down your 30-step milestone Gantt chart 2 years before you start a 5-year project. And that's not really how innovation and iteration works. And both of them have strengths and weaknesses, and they're both appropriate in different places, but sometimes you have to figure out how to play that game a little bit of different types of organizations contributing in different places. Now I'm forgetting the question, but hopefully I addressed part of it.
No, that's good. I think that, I think when I said convincing before, and then you took it in the direction I actually wanted to go in, was this idea of building this team of different organizations. How do you, as someone in a particular lane, go about getting to that 7-year time horizon where we now have a consortium of everybody that's all working together towards this objective? I agree that everyone has the same objective. I think that you guys have been very successful in building these teams. And I think that that is a little bit unusual when you look at the other players in these spaces, right, that are very much sort of in their own lanes as you're talking about. So breaking out of that, having the skills to be able to break out of that. One of the things I wanted to ask you was across disciplines, you were just talking about being conversant in other things. You talked about public health. You talked about development economics. How does someone who's a research engineer, let's say myself, and wants to work with these other groups, they're asking different questions, they use different methods. How do I begin to become conversant in those other ways? What is the way you have found to be able to get these teams to work effectively together?
So I think, in our program in the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering, we are trying to be very explicit up front that our body of knowledge includes engineers knowing about development economics, knowing about public policy, public health, history, the history of colonialism all the way through the SDGs, and not only jumping straight to, I'm going to build something. we still think it's good to build things and to invent and innovate and test and iterate, but they should be done in the context of solving underlying problems or generating new knowledge, and not just symptoms. And if your symptoms are easy, it's easy to say this village doesn't have clean water. It's harder to talk about why, and what can we really be done about the why. So in my career, I started as an engineer working on the symptom side, and we realized quickly that that wasn't enough, that what really mattered was the health world. And the public health and the global health community is a lot more sophisticated than the engineering community in terms of thinking about how they contribute to global poverty reduction. So our team started working closely with the public health world and doing a lot of our work within public health. But more recently, we've also been working with economists and with public policy people as well, and of course government, and teaching our students about those topics. We have a World Bank economist who teaches a class called Introduction to Development Economics for engineers. I got an MPH after my PhD in engineering so that I could talk with some legitimacy about how engineering and public health intersect with each other.
Oh, that's great. And I think you've also touched on some of the questions on pedagogy and how do we have students be incorporated in this, because we know there's a lot of energy and effort being with what you're talking about there at the Mortensen Center. Could you maybe plug some of the things you guys are talking about? There's a lot of questions here about I'm an engineering teacher or professor and I want to raise my students' awareness. I want to move towards more of a model where we're talking about some of these other topics and concepts. Maybe you could talk about some of those efforts just briefly so that other people can connect with you on that topic.
Yeah, and for us, this has been evolving too over the years. Engineers Without Borders USA was started here at the University of Colorado, and I think many of you probably on this line are involved with EWB or have been in the past. It's how I got started too. EWB is a great entry point for becoming aware of some of these issues, but we also need to not just work on a project level. And we've been moving our pedagogy and our curriculum away from projects to trying to address the longer term issues, as I mentioned before. So how do we actually do that with a student experience? You don't just get to go play doctor in Africa on spring break as an undergrad. And we really shouldn't go play engineer in Africa on spring break either. We need to have gates, we need to have training, we need to have vetting, we need to have professionalization of acting as engineers in global poverty reduction, because messing with somebody's water system is just as important, is just as risky as messing with somebody's health clinic. To do that, we embed our graduate students with development agencies. So at the graduate level, a requirement of our program is a field practicum where all of our students, or nearly all of our students, are embedded with an international NGO or social enterprise or multilateral, usually for 3 to 6 months, to actually get work experience. And on the one hand, it kind of looks like an internship. On the other hand, it's a field experience. And it's very different than designing and running your own project. Before you're ready for that, we need to actually understand the state of the art and best practices in the sector. So that's a piece of what we're trying to do. Now, at the same time, we don't want to run off students. We're taking over here at the University of Colorado a freshman level residential program next year. We're going to have about 150 freshmen who are learning about these things for the first time. And the goal is not to say, to scare them into not doing anything. It's to try to put them on a track where they can best use their privilege and their technical skills towards addressing these long-term problems we have as a planet.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Yana, I think we're approaching the end here.
We are.
I'd like to thank myself again for your answers to the question, and I'll switch it over to Yana for the response.
I'm actually going to, if you allow me the liberty, there is one question that came in that I think is a tricky one, and you addressed to some extent, Evan, but this particular listener asks, for nonprofits, how do you balance this long-term process of change with the need to show supporters that progress toward impact is being made? I think that is such a difficult balance. And Evan, any reflections for us to close out the seminar on that particular front?
Yeah, let me give 3 quick examples. One is Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity is one of our partners. They install pedestrian footbridges, and they used to do a lot of this through volunteer organizations, student chapters, professionals coming from industry, and they still do some of that. But they've been taking donations to build bridges all over the world. Avery Bang, who's the CEO of Bridges Prosperity, and Christina Barstow, the Chief Operating Officer, they pivoted in the past couple of years to try to focus on pay by results, pay for performance contracting in a narrower geography so that they can go to scale. So today they're trying to go to scale in Rwanda, putting in 300 pedestrian footbridges across Rwanda, with the government paying for 40% of those costs, investors paying for some of those costs, and donors paying only after the bridges are not only completed, but have been proven to have an impact. So actually paying for the impact and the performance of those bridges. And for Avery and Christina and the rest of the Bridges Prosperity team, they had to bring their donors along with that. They had to bring their volunteers along with that story, a harder story, a longer story, a more uncertain story, but one that seems to have a much more significant impact longer term. So that takes leadership, and it takes commitment to doing it the hard way. Another example is Water for People. Eleanor Allen at Water for People, and even in the recent history of that organization, pivoted from the same thing, projects all over the place that were focused on technical solutions, to focusing on district level sustained water services. So they're working in fewer geographies, fewer places, with longer term commitments to make sure that there's district scale water access. And they also had to convince their donors that this was the better way of doing it.
Those are excellent examples, and I think it's actually part of kind of the golden rules for social entrepreneurship as well, is to be laser focused and really bound the scope in concrete terms like these. So I want to thank you, Evan. I know we're all at time. Thank you to Jesse. And I want to give a shout out to our upcoming seminar. Next month, we'll be joined by Professor Amy Bilton from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Toronto. She'll be sharing some of the insights from their research group. They are also doing phenomenal work in this space, and I encourage all of you to join us for that presentation. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today from all around the globe. I know there's many questions that we didn't get to address directly. We will share them with our presenters, and certainly feel free to reach out to us or to the presenters. They shared their contact information. And with that, I'd like to wish you a good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. Please stay safe, wash those hands, get access to soap if you're in a region where there is lacking, to stop the spread of COVID. And
good morning. Let's start our session. In this session, several Zero Project awardees will present insight into African innovative policies and participative political processes within society in sub-Saharan Africa. Representing Light for the World, Mr. Etienne Bagre. Mr. Etienne is expert on management and administration of company and organization, with a graduation as a specialist in finance and accounting, and passionate of governance, system, structures, and processes in the organizations. Representing Outlook Humanitarian Care Initiative, Emmanuel Eze, founder and president. Emmanuel is a think tank on the international development and humanitarian issue, and his mission is to inspire and inform policy and practice which lead to the reduction of the poverty learnings. He will present online. Representing Shonakip Social Enterprise, Irna and Francisca. Irna is passion lie in solving complex social problems, particularly addressing the dishonorment of the voice of right orders. Representing Lesotho National Federation of Persons with Disability, and luckily we are not sure to get him online because he's facing a lot of challenge to be connected, but we expect he can join during the session. And the last speaker will be Site Savers, represented by Lawrence Leclerc. Lawrence is the Global Technical Lead, Education and Social Inclusion in West Africa. Lawrence is specialist on disability inclusion and in education and local governance, with a particular focus in this last field on citizenship, political participation, and local development. Let's say that democracy is a wish for all countries and people. Democracy is a journey, sometimes long, painful, and can become a disaster when it is against aspiration of most people. Democracy is still a land with adjustment needed. Political participation is a thermometer for the democracy. The level of inclusive and participatory election depend on the stability of our society and its economy. Political participation is a right for all. Our topic will mostly focus on political participation in Africa for women and men with disabilities. The study realized by Central Africa OPDs in 2021 identified main barriers to the political participation for persons with disability in Africa. There are stigma and discrimination, stereotypes, low level of education of persons with disability, including the leaders at the community level, no mention of the participation of persons with disability in electoral framework, inaccessibility of electoral frameworks through registration and voting procedures, lack of access to information and documentations, lack of interest among women and men with disability to politics, armed conflict, which generate fear and reluctance to go to the polls. Main barriers to political participation for persons with disability are the non-implementation of the Article 12 on legal recognition of persons with disability, the Article 31 statistic and data collection, and the Article 33 application and monitoring of the UNCRPD. The violence currently observed in politics, as well the division that is caused, does not motivate and does not facilitate the participation of persons with disability. In sub-Saharan Africa, main actors are pushing to improve political participation of persons with disability. The African Union, United Nations, national government and electoral commissions, organization of persons with disability, and civil society umbrellas and NGOs. There is some innovative action on the field that we can mention. We noticed that there are candidates with disability elected or appointed in some countries in Africa, like Cameroon, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Uganda, etc. Advocacy tools and strategy for inclusive election, political participation of persons with disability are developed in most of the countries. There is a specific article on disability in the Constitution of the Tunisia. the availability of reliable disability data collected through the use of the Washington Group question during the national census that could reinforce the advocacy work for disability inclusion. The new information technology that will facilitate voting, including electronic voting for persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm pleased to invite for the presentations the first speaker, Mr. Etienne Bagre from Burkina Faso. He would like to share with us an inclusive election guide developed in sub-Saharan Africa country, the example of implementation of the Article 29 of the UNCRPD in Burkina Faso. Mr. Etienne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear chair and dear co-speaker of this panel. I'm really honored to talk on behalf of an organization that is Light for the World. And I want also to join in this speech our key partners, and one who is in this room. I would cite Mrs. Esther, the Burkina Faso National Election Commission. Please, Mrs. Esther, she is the General Secretary. And it's at the same time a huge responsibility to talk because we as Light for the World, we are supporting partners and we're expecting them to talk and to testify how this project bring change in our system. Anyway, I have to talk, and but without before doing that, I cannot just want to have some thought to my country that at this moment really facing serious insecurity crisis, with numerous people displaced from their home villages, and for sure we are counting persons with disability among these internally displaced persons. But we are saying that hope is a load, and that's why we want also to continue to building, what can I say, a resilient and inclusive electoral system in our country. So let's continue and see what happens in the coming years, mainly because next year we will have elections in the country, and time is not really enough. The inclusive election guide, just to talk about the context, we have a status quo of participation of people with disabilities in our country. As per the law, participation of persons with disabilities in election is a granted right, and it's supposed they are to exercising this right on the basis of equality with others. At the same time, we wanted to confront this narrative to the practice, and we initiated a pilot initiative during the election in 2015 to assess if there is any deviation needed to be addressed. And of course, through the monitoring of this election, documentation of the challenges, this led to the need to really improve the political participation. That's why we designed a full project for advocacy and advocating for inclusive election. This advocacy will focus on identification of the barriers to the effective participation. The second focus was to elaborate a guidance document for the National Election Commission. And something that is also important in this process is the linkage and to creating network between various actors comprising government, civil society organizations, and organizations of persons with disabilities. This project is something that we are telling that it translates our action to action, our value of leave no one behind. And also, I want to add the nothing about us without us. So, our statistics are talking by themselves because based on the last national census, 73% of persons with disabilities are 18 years old, meaning they have the right to vote. It represents a little bit more than 2 million of persons from our last census. And as another consideration of this project, we have the UN CRPD and also the Sustainable Development Goals that comment has to support initiative raising the voices of these 2 million of our citizens. To share the key outcomes of this project aiming to remove barriers. The first one is advocacy, to strengthen references to accessibility and reasonable accommodation. All that can be put in the accessibility, talking about registration processes, accessibility in the polling stations, including also vote documents. And the second outcome is the development of a guidance document. It's why we are calling the inclusive election guide. This document, it's a little bit document, but its content is really prominent for the stakeholders. And we are saying that this document is really the core achievement of this project. We have carried out communication and information through the country, and based on this evaluation, more than 10 million of people have been reached through television and radio. The last actions of this project was the monitoring of the polling, supposed to ensure the effectiveness of measures taken to facilitate the voting. This last result, I would say, is something that's ongoing, and we will have the chance to prove if all measures have been taken in the next election, and in this role, disability movement should play the leadership role. We want to share some successes or some add values of this project. The first one is that the guide really influenced public policy, especially the National Election Commission, about the route to inclusive elections. Political parties and media, organizations of persons with disabilities are really benefited to the guide document. An event organization out of Burkina Faso, like the WAFUD, West African Federation of Organization of People with Disability, already use it in workshop as a reference document. And the six sorry, I think yes. We can also just add that apart these three elements, the guide is also what we can say a long growth capacity and scalability document, because it's something that really doesn't request a lot of money for dissemination, and in the next step we'll have a broader distribution of the guide to all the stakeholders. Talking about the challenges and success factors, first challenges: making material and messages accessible to different type of disabilities. Of course, the first of the challenges that the National Commission has to face. And hopefully, in January this year, a workshop already has been held to discuss how to the condition to realize all these preliminary actions in terms of preparedness, and reflection is ongoing, and we hope will come up to the ideal solution for this issue. Second challenge is also how to get electoral inclusive and all required reasonable accommodation. We have a lot, but we have just point out these two challenges. As success of factors, the first is, of course, that all stakeholders had to have a common agreement on what are priorities for us in the country, and it's regarding mainly the reasonable accommodation. Could we extend to all type of disabilities by the time being, or should we decide to keep priority and 4 type of disabilities have been suggested, and I hope actors will have common agreement on that. Second and important conditions is the funding. We know there are a lot of challenges, a lot of needs in the country. We have, I would say, a low-income country, and currently insecurity issues is really the first of the priorities, but we also need to keep in mind that we cannot skip these elections, and fund has to be provided to the National Electoral Commission, and yearly. Next step, this one is really an handover to other actors like National Board, because has later word and the other actors who have introduced the topic. Now it's, I would say, the operational phase, and it's the role of the National Electoral Commission to go forward, and specifically to train actors, civil societies, parties, and organizations of persons with disability. We want just to thank everybody for your kind attention, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Etienne. And now let's try to have the second speaker online, Mr. Emmanuel from Nigeria, on the topic interactive audio instruction using a mix of radio and digital content to train young learners in a rural area. Emmanuel.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Emmanuel Eze, the founder of Outlook Monitoring Care Initiative, a civil society organization based in Ababa State, Nigeria, precisely. I am 57 years old with low cut hair, wearing glasses on my face. I'll give you a brief story of how we came about interactive audio instruction. Next slide. Interactive audio instruction is a digital innovation program designed to support vulnerable women and girls and youths in Nigeria. We believe in storytelling. Storytelling enhanced learning. Many years ago, many young Nigerians, women and child, experienced childhood abuse, stalking, beating, sexual abuse, and so on and so forth. Based on that, many of them are very scared of telling stories about their predicament. And I and my team decided to come together to see how we can help them out. We started what we call radio digital program. We start going from house to house to talk to them about our project. We let them to know the need not to be shy about the program. We begin to transform their life through storytelling to draw their attention on what it takes to know that sexual abuse is against human rights. Many of them are illiterate. They're not sound in their education because of what we experience in Nigeria, poverty learning. So what we did, we called them, we start storytelling to bring their mind together so that they will know what it takes to be away from sexual abuse. We begin by encouraging them to attend our meetings. From there, they started having the ability to speak out. Today, Nigeria is one of the countries in the world that experience sexual abuse in the country. It is well noted. Even as I'm talking to you now today, there is problem in Nigeria all over the place. The system is bad because of we don't have leadership. And it has affected every virtual things we are doing in our country. Thank you very much. Next slide. Our project main objective is to help young learners to be able to learn good skills through entrepreneurship, through education, to empower them to have aim and objectives. Remember, early learning is the foundation of every foundation of life. That's the main objective of our project. Because when you forget to meet the early learning stage, you discover you have missed all. So Outlook Monitoring Care Initiative is a frontliner advocate. We engage in enlightenment campaign and activity through radio digital program called Interaction Audio Initiative, which is the main project we are focusing on now. We believe that when we come together as a team, we will win the war against illiteracy in Africa. Over 10 million young children in Africa don't go to school currently now because of conflict in all the regions in Nigeria. Kidnapping, stealing, all kind of violence is what is experienced in Nigeria. So many young children don't go to school. So the purpose of interactive audio instruction is to, we will broadcast through radio station from far distant places. They will be connected. They'll be listening to our radio program. We have, it's a scripted. This is what is called professional teaching method. It's not something that you pick people on. It's people that have to do with professionals who are well trained, that have the ability through government curriculum to teach through radio broadcasting. It's very cost low-cost incentives, very wide to reach on distant lane. People can hear us, people can listen to us, people can observe us in a very distant places. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah, what makes our project innovative? You see in the picture here, this is the classroom teaching. We use different dual programs. Use MP. We can record program and insert it in a recorder and use children to learn in the schools, while the teacher will be there observing what is going on in the classroom. Because what you see in this very program is interactive audio instruction helps teachers to learn to be trained, not only students. When students are properly trained, the teachers all are properly trained, the output result of the training, we see the resulting effect, what is called the outcome effect of our teaching. When you are in the classroom, the radio teacher is busy listening also to the radio program, while also the students are also listening. At the end of the day, there will be so many questions, a kind of interaction. Interaction will be going on in their mind to know what is exactly what happened. But based on that kind of application, you will see we get end result. In our own initiative, in this our program, you discover that it's very, very innovative, very, very innovative in that it builds the ability of children to learn from the low scale to high esteem. Thank you very much. Next slide. Here you will discover these young chaps here in our slide. We have introduced our program. We budgeted a lot of transistor radio to them for a mobile phone and share it among school children in our community. We give it to them so that they can be able to study at their peak and listen. Our radio program is being broadcasted 2 times in a week through the help of our community-based organization. In this very approach, the schools listen to our radio broadcasting so that they can be able to be effective. And this very program is always very, very sensitive during COVID-19 pandemic. Many children were at home. They don't go. Thank you much. Next slide. The factor of the success of the program. You listen from this slide, you discover the factor of success of our program. This boy is 14 years old. You can see he's handicapped. He's a student of Ososo Community Primary School here in Aba State. The radio you see in his hand is being supplied by OHCI with community-based organization. He follow up our teaching via radio and mobile setting. Based on this program you see in his hand, he listened to our various radio teaching based on employment opportunity, learning outcomes, and gender equality and human rights abuse. All these things comes together to bring students to be aware of the events that happen in the society. And I believe that this very, very project we are going on in our society has helped so many children that are handicapped to have accessibility, to reduce barriers. Even when we believe in a generation we are living with technology, we defeat barriers. With technology, we enhance enhancement. With technology, people see. And I believe this very topic you see here is very, very attractive in our society. These boys have been able to follow up the program time and time. And this program has been immensely helpful to him to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Now, I invite Erna to share with us the digital based support group for parents of children with disability, focusing on the role of the network to improve political participation in Africa. Erna, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Before I start, I just want... Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, before I start, I just want to introduce my colleague who didn't introduce in the beginning. It's Fran. She's got a remarkable gift to meet people where they are. So just want to to bring Fran into the conversation as well. And then, of course, the parent network. They're all listening from wherever they are in their houses, in their schools, and so forth. I hope we do it justice. So, the parent network is a digital network, like Ellie said, that allows parents across South Africa, across 9 provinces, to connect with each other. Since we launched it in September 2020, more than 1,000 parents access the support of the network daily on their phones, mostly via the WhatsApp platform. And they do that, and through connecting, they access peer support, access to quality and relevant information, and then obviously lots of referrals between social, educational, and health services. There's different roles within the parent network. The one of them we call the network parents and the parent researchers. They really have a fundamental important role within the network because they reach out door to door to parents within their areas, specifically making sure that those without smartphones can be part of the conversation around political participation. And they use a tool that we call the Let's Talk Parents tool to monitor the implementation of policy in their areas. We're going to show you a video just for some context. I think it's sometimes difficult to imagine where we work. And it's a story of an 8-year-old girl with the name Nana. She has quite advanced CP, and you will see that she's undergoing a journey in the video with her grandmother as they try to access support at the clinic. And then towards the end of the video, you will see the support of the network and how that really sort of practically happens in a way that they sort of support each other to address these systemic barriers. So please enjoy. You can take it away.
I love you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope one day we get you ready for school too. Sorry to make you uncomfortable. I know this device is too small. I have contacted the therapist. You are on a waiting list, but I know it is just really long to wait. I don't mind that they stare. Hopefully, seeing us, people learn about disability. And as Buddha says, Nana can be invited too. This is the school I hope you can go to one day, because the other centers for kids with disabilities only took care of your basic needs and didn't understand you can learn. It is frustrating that I cannot access all these services Nana needs at my local clinic. Now we need to travel to the town, to the hospital, to get her what she needs.
Thank you. It was such a great day making that video with the two of them. So as you can see in the video, and really the concept of the network is that parents of children with disabilities are often isolated, uncounted, or ignored. And it's really exacerbated by a history of disownment of voice, resulting in them being disempowered not to take up their right to political participation. In South Africa, the voices of very few persons with disabilities, and in some cases, no parents, actually influence the policies of the policies that affect their lives in South Africa in general. How we influence policy and sort of how we do it, we just really feel strongly that the continued vulnerability that we're talking about right now requires a more vigorous, coordinated approach that's not relying on individuals' sort of viewpoints, but that parents and children with disabilities or persons with disabilities must be the key informants of policies that's actually directing or influencing their lives. And this is where the tool is coming in that we designed called the Let's Talk Parents tool. The tool, sorry, I can just see quickly. So let's go back to the story of Nana and her grandmother, Mama Lema. So we would like to show you in this tool how she's now actually taking the next step to take up a right to political participation. So in the first video, you've seen her struggling with the systemic barriers and accessing the services, and how she then connected for support to other parents. In this video, we are showing them sitting in the house on their bed, wherever they are in South Africa. In their particular story, it's in a small town called Malmesbury in the Western Cape province, and she's sitting in a house, actually taking up this right to political participation. So we'll take it from after this one further. To make him a little bit short for the time limit, but we can share that with you also. So that's just an example, for instance, how she's using the tool that's based on a link between the UN Convention's articles and then the pillars of the White Paper of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So in this particular case, she monitored White Paper Pillar 4, which is about the access to education for Nana in South Africa. So then how do we use the results? Because ultimately that's really what it's about. We've been using the results from a parent-led monitoring to do submissions to the shadow report to the UN Convention in South Africa at the moment. We are finalizing that. We've been using it for progress reports on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities in South Africa, and just generally in terms of policy input and reporting. So that is our story, how we're using the parent network and the tool, the Let's Talk Parents tool, to make sure that we can advocate for political participation for parents of children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for sharing. Let's try if our colleague from Lesotho is online, is Nkazi. He would like to share a case study from Lesotho, but I'm not sure he's online. He's not online. Thank you very much. Let's go to the last speaker, Laurence Leclerc. She would like to talk about supporting democracy through inclusive local governance in Senegal and Cameroon, a program of citizenship and political participation of women and men with disability. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Merci, Elie. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share with you Sightsaver's program on citizenship and political participation of women and men with disabilities. and more especially how meaningful participation in local governance processes has been made possible in 9 local councils of 6 different regions in Senegal and Cameroon. So the challenges we faced while starting in 2018 were the inadequate representation and participation of people with disabilities in the political sphere. And there was also a very poor gender balance. Another challenge that we faced was the absence of disability-inclusive local development processes. So basically, persons with disabilities were not associated to any management of the city or municipalities, and local councillors didn't know how to include people with disabilities in the discussions. And at national level, the Ministries of Decentralization or Ministry of Governance were delegated the so-called disability affairs to the Ministries of Social Affairs. So there was no recognition of the role and place of people with disabilities in political processes or policies at local level. Our theory of change identified 3 pathways. So you can see the first one at micro level, population and communities. We supported empowerment of people with disabilities in local governance and leadership, trying to increase self-confidence and addressing stigma and discrimination. The second pathway at mezzo level is systems and services. So we try to ensure accessibility to official documents and information and political spaces to people with disabilities. And the third pathway is governance and policies, supporting ownership of the relevant ministries and policy change. So what was our goal in this project? Our goal was that women and men with disabilities should be elected as local councillors, or at least should be represented in local council committees. And we had an assumption. We were thinking that if they meaningfully contribute to the process of local development, you can see the cycle here on the slide. So if they meaningfully contribute to the diagnosis of the needs at community level, the analysis of these needs, conceptualization, planning and implementation of local projects, monitoring and evaluation at local level, then their needs and aspirations would be taken into account within the general local development plans of the municipalities and in the participatory budgets. So therefore, their needs would be translated into inclusive local services. So these were our assumption. In the slide, you can see the second picture, which is person with disabilities working with other local councillors to include their need in the general local development plan of the municipality. So to achieve this goal, we had key activities during 5 years of the project. We carried out SBC studies on stigma and discrimination in political participation. We co-designed a lot of resources. You can see technical guides, training modules and tools, especially on local development and participatory budget. Advocacy, awareness raising and training of all stakeholders. We also spend time to support people with disability to obtain their official papers like ID cards or voting cards. We were doing coaching and networking of candidates with disabilities and also twinning on a mentoring system with local politicians. And finally, a big part of our project was also to co-fund inclusive local development plans in municipalities. So in terms of achievements, in Senegal and Cameroon, we have seen for the first time women and men with disabilities elected as local councillors and officially appointed as active members of local councils' thematic committees. So basically in municipalities or local council, you have committees working on health, on education, on economic empowerment, social, etc. And we had people with disabilities who were appointed as representatives in each of these thematic committees, so they could really act as influencers. And we can record 204 people with disabilities so far, who are either elected as local councillor or parliamentarians or senators, or who have been included on political parties' list in an eligible position. Another achievement was that in Cameroon, 40,000 people with disabilities were registered in the voting list. And in Senegal, the electoral code was revised and made more disability inclusive. So this is my last slide. Way forward. So thanks to our donor, IRISH8, in the 5 coming years, we will scale up nationally this project, because this project was a pilot, and now we work with the ministries of decentralization in Senegal and Cameroon to see how we can scale up nationally to all districts and all regions. We can say that our gender approach was quite strong in the program, but we have identified other gaps, and for the next program we have identified better targeted interventions for people with disabilities that were left behind, especially people with intellectual disabilities. And we also would like to focus on youth, because it's the new generation. So we have a program starting in Sierra Leone to duplicate our approach with a specific focus on youth with disabilities, citizenship, and political participation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Now we have the opportunity to interact with speakers, but before I give the floor to you, the audience, I have some few questions to speakers. Let's start with Etienne from Burkina Faso. I would like to know why the political participation for persons with disability is so important in your country.
Thank you. I don't know if I have to start by referring to the UN Convention, of course, but in any case, let's say, as a right matter, each person counts. We cannot undermine the voices of millions of persons, and it's essential to, I want to say again, to leave no one behind. The second thing I can highlight is the need to unlock the potential of these people, and by giving or creating appropriate space and opportunity to express, of course, their need, but also a thing where persons with disabilities are the best place to express their need and also to advocate their place. And we are sure and convinced that they can also contribute in their communities and also in the government bodies. But the starting point, of course, for some of these results, starting by participating in elections, be as voter or as candidate. So if we do not miss some goals like the inclusive society we are teaching and preaching. It's important to think about the condition of the full participation in political competitions.
Thank you very much, Etienne. I hope that Emmanuel is still online from Nigeria. Emmanuel, I would like to know regarding all the challenges.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, thank you. Regarding all the challenges you are facing in this project, how can you ensure that this innovation to be part of the national system and policy for a sustainable practice by using ICT in the training and education?
Thank you very much. We know ICT technologies is a new innovation in modern time. As a humanitarian organization, we are looking forward to cooperate with other organizations like School Educational Board and Ministry of Education, a kind of partnership to aid us to work towards that application. Because if you do it on our own, you may not go far in our project. So there is need for collaboration, a kind of partnership to achieve the objective of the project. Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. Anna, maybe Francesca, yeah. How can you make sure that parent voices are will be heard all time by policy makers and decision makers for a full and meaningful participation in politics?
Thank you so much, Eli. Just to introduce myself, I'm Francisca. I'm Anna's colleague. I'm a 30-year-old white female with long dark brown hair, brown eyes, and I'm wearing a black shirt. And to respond to your question, Eli, I think firstly it's important to mention the role that parents have played in and will continue to play in the sustainability of the parent network. So the network was designed with a participatory approach, and parents were engaged from the beginning in designing the model of the network. But right now also include roles such as network parents that Adna mentioned in the presentation, and that these roles remain at the core of the network and ensure that the network remains goal-directed and really focuses on the issues that are relevant to parents as those adapt and change over time. Network parents are also a dedicated role that is performed by parents, and they are especially important that in ensuring that parent voices are highlighted. Secondly, also, we hope to continue scaling the network in South Africa. When we started the parent network, we had a goal of having one network parent in each district, which is a smaller geographical location of South Africa. And it has very quickly become noticeable that that's not a big enough of a goal. And we now aim to have one network parent in each town of South Africa. And this is really to ensure that all parents, including parents who do not have access to a WhatsApp-enabled smartphones, have access to the network and are able to feed their data through to the network and receive support from network parents. And then lastly, really, it's around the sustainability of the network in terms of continued relationships with governmental departments, funders, and the private sector. And really, as we scale and grow, it's around finding funders and investors that are able to match the adaptive needs of the network, so that we can continue to acknowledge the important role that parents play in the network.
Thank you very much, Francisca. Lauren, one of the biggest challenges for a person with disability is building the self-confidence in the whole sector of the life. How your program managed to pull out so many women and men with disability into political sphere, and how to make this initiative more sustainable.
Thank you, Eli. So what we can say is that it was really a gradual initiative during 5 years. So of course, first of all, we work with and through OPDs to support and guide their members. But also we have identified women and men with disabilities who are really willing to be candidates in local elections throughout the two countries, in Senegal and Cameroon. And these people really wanted to participate in local decision-making groups. So when we have identified them, there was a mix of capacity building activities. And I can say that during this conference, I've heard many activities similar in various sessions. For us, it was training these people in leadership, communication, advocacy, but also on local development, electoral processes, and local governance system, because it's not so obvious. And then we had all these activities on coaching, individual coaching, so it took a lot of time, it's true, and peer-to-peer support. And especially for women with disabilities, we had a strategy which was to organize a mentoring system. So having women leader or women politician supporting one woman with disability wanted to be candidate, and build self-confidence, explaining the difficulties of being a woman participating in communities and in local councils, etc. And then we had all these activities around networking and alliances. What we did also to build self-confidence was to organize confrontational meetings with local councillors and other politicians to really fight the myth and stereotypes about people with disabilities, so-called lack of capacities, or so-called having not added value or being a burden for communities, and showing them that they were doing things for the community at local level also, and that they had a voice. Now, in terms of sustainability, we know it's always more complex, but really what I said is that we are really doing decentralization system strengthening here. So we are working through the ministries of decentralization to see how we will scale up all this initiative nationally, working through various institutions, decentralization institutions, sorry. We will continue to build the capacities, or at least to support the OPD federations, but not only the federation, right? It's a program on decentralization. So we will also work to see how we can support at regional level OPDs and also at local level. And we know that it's much more complex because most of the time the literacy is not here, the self-confidence is not here, etc. And yeah, I mean, we will put a stronger focus on youth now. It's the next generation, so hoping that in terms of sustainability, they will take the lead step by step.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Now, I think if there is someone from the audience who wants to interact with the speakers, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. Edward Winter, World Vision. A couple of questions. First for Erna and Francesca. Just those network parents, how do you recruit them? Are they volunteers or they have a specific function? And second, to Lorraine, you know, you said that you're working through local government, but often that's very ineffectual. It's not working properly. To what extent were you able to shift budget allocations to the issues prioritized by persons with disabilities within the program? You know, did you see any concrete changes there? Thanks.
Thank you, Anna, and then Lorette. Francesca.
Thank you. So the network parents was a new was a role that we started up from last year, and we advertised it into the network of parents with some criteria around activities and tasks that the network parents would be completing. So things like availability of time, kind of a personality to want to support other parents, run door-to-doors, avail yourself to online training on the WhatsApp platform, and feel confident to kind of take the information and training and share it with others. And then through that process, parents applied, and they sent a short, it could be a written WhatsApp text. Some parents even wrote it on a piece of paper, took a picture, sent it to us, a motivation of why they wanted to be a network parent. One of the criteria was either a parent or a caregiver of a child with a disability or a person with a disability, or a person with a disability themselves. Really, we felt quite strongly, and parents felt really strongly, that the network should really be for people with disabilities and for parents of children and people with disabilities, so that can remain kind of a core of the network and the message that we spread.
Just on the payment, so in the beginning it was all quite voluntarily, so people came, parents came together and so on. But as we grew, we also felt that it's important to make a statement that caregiving is a job. So we actually raised funds for a stipend, so we pay parents to do that, and we continue to do that as much as we can. But that's another important statement we wanted to make from the beginning, that this type of work is work. It's not just something you just give your time for.
So, working with local governments, it's true, it's not easy. But we work through various decentralization institutions to get to the local governments. For example, in these countries, you have the associations of mayors. You have the Ministry of Decentralization regional delegations and district delegations. You also have, for example, the national schools of local councillors or national schools of administrators. You also have the high councils of local councils. So you have a lot of various actors that could help you in your advocacy if really you explain the approach. And this is what we did really. We even put some inclusive local development strategies and approach within their curricula. We trained the key leaders of this association so that at some point they could also cascade this training at local level. So this is how we worked with local governments. And we were quite surprised because once the stigma and stereotypes that local councillors may have towards the participation of persons with disability were out, then finally we could see people who really had willingness to have persons with disability on board. So of course, there were some pilots, but at least we know now what kind of approach we can take with which strategic actors, etc. Now, as for the budget allocation, what we did in this pilot local councils was really to work with them on their local development plans that they have. And also, most of them had some approach on
really to work
had some
local development plan.
And most of them had some participatory budget cycle. Let's say that they try to involve the community to decide the key funding components of their plans. So we made sure that persons with disabilities and their representatives were in these sessions. And knowing that it would not be enough, of course, because at some point when you have arbitration about what needs to be funded and what resources you effectively have, to be sure that the disability inclusion would not be out. We worked also through the donors and the national development pot, if you want, who are funding this local council's budget. And we work with them to add disability criteria within their checklist to ensure that this would be a condition for a local council to receive funds from the national government funds and from donors to ensure that you would have disability inclusive criteria in this budget.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning. I know that you speak about the political participation of people with disabilities, and I want to know if you have any project that allow people with disabilities who are not able to write, if you have any kind of project to allow them to vote using new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who want to interact to answer to the question? I don't know, Emmanuel, you would like to interact? Okay, if there anyone who want to answer to the question, try.
Okay, since the question is to all of us, specifically for us in Life for the World, we do not really have a project focused on a specific type of disability. We had some initiatives that were ongoing, maybe in the new cycle of programming, because we are always in this, it's a thematic and strategic, country strategic plan talking about the disability inclusion. And this is covering cross-cutting issues and including these political rights and related matters. So as far as any opportunities can be translated into project, it's something we can take into account, but currently we do not have a specific project for that.
Thank you, Etienne. Something to add?
Yeah, maybe just a small thing to add. I think it's we found that it's also really key to look at your methodology. So, for instance, we didn't even expect in the beginning that WhatsApp could be like quite like an inclusive form of education. So we do get parents or even persons with disabilities who just use voice note or pictures or texting. So I think it's also about, for us in any case, what we've learned is how we can use like WhatsApp, for instance, to be quite an inclusive communication tool for participation. It's kind of something that came, we didn't imagine that in the beginning, but through doing the work, learning that's really been quite enabling.
Thank you. There are 3 people.
Sorry, I had a response on that, just very quick. The International Foundation for Electoral Systems, who won an award here, they're not present in the room. They've done adaptations to standards in many different countries. So they're the best people to talk to. They're in the guide, so I recommend that. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Hi, Rishti Nakdin from the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. Just in response to the question, I think some of the challenges around assistive technologies in many African countries face a problem of infrastructure in those places. So the ability to introduce that is still very much along the lines of Braille templates, ballot papers that assist, not yet around the introduction of computer technology in those places. I had a question specifically for site savers. And this relates to the stigma question. And the question relates more around the stigma around political parties adding people with disabilities on their proportional representation lists, and what your findings have been around tackling those issues from the political party side as opposed to from the candidate side. If you could elaborate a little bit more, because it's interesting that you talk about local councils as a starting point, but in a country like Senegal, would you eventually aim to have a presidential candidate, somebody with a disability being able to stand, and what do you think that trajectory will look like in terms of change?
Before Lauren answers to the question, I would take the last question from the audience, because we promised to stay and to keep on time. So, Steve.
Thank you. I'm Steve Mboko from the Brazzaville Group on Disability Statistics. My question goes to Lawrence. I have two questions for her. The first one is, do you have accurate data to be sure that you have been inclusive about your action in Senegal and Cameroon? And the second one is there any challenge that you have been facing since you work with many public organizations in the two countries, Senegal and Cameroon? Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, 2 minutes, and then we will go to the recap. Thank you.
Okay. So for political parties, first of all, of course, we worked with local OPDs to ensure they understood really the governance system, how it works, what is it to be a representative, what is it to be in a party, etc. And then we worked with them on advocacy. And they went to visit each political parties. I mean, there are so many sometimes, so at least the 10 more important political parties. And before the elections, and they were expressing their needs, what they wanted to have, the representation they thought they had the right to have in the party, and they were asking the leaders of this party some pledge for the next election. And of course, they recorded this pledge, they put that on video, on paper, etc. And then they checked the political party manifestos as well to ensure that there were some disability, let's say, consideration. So when the time of election was coming, just before, you know, they made some announcement in the radio, in the local TV, saying that, well, these candidates have pledged that we would have at least one person in our list in an eligible position, which means that if we won we will probably be at the local council as local councillors elected, because we have a seat ensured by the political party. And another strategy was to try to count persons with disability in the municipalities, to say, look, we represent X number of voices. So what are you doing for us? Because we, OPD, local OPD, we will go and visit our members, and we will also talk about the different manifestos and what they are in these manifestos. So what do you offer, basically?
Thanks.
So, yeah.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Quickly, we have to make a recap, and then...
Maybe just on the data.
Yeah.
So we can give you some research that we did at the beginning and at the end of the project. So we have baseline and end line. And we did door-to-door, let's say, interviews to understand better the situation. So we have this research that that are published in our website and that we can share with you, of course.
Thank you. I would encourage people to continue interacting with all the speakers after this session. Yeah, time to recap. To improve the political participation in Africa, some action need to be taken. Advocacy that persons with disability are represented in the election committee, but also in the National Election Commission. Persons with disability are represented and elected in local council and local development committees. Building capacity of persons with disability and their organization to lead advocacy for the implementation of the UN CRPD and also to develop the report to the Human Rights Commission. Supporting national election bodies on how to make election inclusive for persons with disability, like developing inclusive guidelines. Raising interest for women and men with disability to politics, supporting government to implement the UN Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability by developing application of legal and legislative texts. Raising awareness among political parties to the need for and importance of valuing the electorate of persons with disability and the eligibility for political positions. Continue and increase the awareness raising at different levels of electoral process. And to end by documenting and disseminating good practices and lessons learned on inclusive political participation of persons with disability. Kadiba from Senegal said, politics is a royal road for persons with disability, especially women, to access positions of responsibility or decision-making body and defend their rights. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank to all people who are online. We are at the end of our session. Thank you very much for your participation, your high interest to this topic. Let's continue advocating for the full and meaningful participation of persons with disability to inclusive rights. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Ashish Kaushal, CEO of diversity staffing firm Higher Talent and the founder of Consciously Unbiased, a movement to build belonging in the workplace. Consciously Unbiased is all about amplifying the voices of impact makers and tapping into the power of the community to make real change happen. Today's topic is very special to me. Today's topic is about men as allies. We have a majority of a male panel today because I believe we have to stop talking about how to fix women. They don't need to be fixed. The systems do, and we have to talk about how many men show up in the workplace. After all, the majority of leadership positions are still held by men, so engaging more men is essential for advancing equality. We have some amazing leaders here to share the topics, to share what they've learned and how they can support women in the workplace. We have special guest Henry Rowling. He's the founder of Flying Cars Innovation. Welcome, Henry.
Hi there, welcome.
Brad Johnson, professor of psychology for the U.S. Naval Academy and co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we have David Smith, associate professor of Carey Business School at Johns Hopkins University and also author of co-author of Good Guys, How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace.
Thanks for including me.
Absolutely. And then Purvis Taylor, mental health advocate, life coach, wellness practitioner, author, and also a previous host in our Breaking the Bias podcast, if you guys are interested in checking that out later. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
And then Hira Ali, CEO of Advancing Your Potential and author of Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men lead through advocacy, as well as author of Her Way to the Top, a guide to smashing the glass ceiling. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'd love to start off with asking each of you how to tell us who you are in more detail and what you do and why the issue of men as allies is personally important to you. Hira, do you want to start?
Right, yes. Right, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm privileged to be the only woman on the table, in this table right now, but I think it's a welcoming change to have more men talk about gender equality than women. So as already introduced, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Advancing Your Potential. I'm also author of 2 books, Her Way to the Top and Her Allies. And I'm very passionate about gender equality, racial equality, and all forms of equality. And I talk a lot about and write a lot about allyship and women in leadership and racially diverse leadership. And I'm also recently started proudly owning the title of an activist because I talk and speak about things that I care about.
I love that. Me. And we'll go back to that later because I want to know the difference between an ally and an advocate or an activist. And so we'll definitely talk about that later on. Purvis, you're next.
Well, I think to add on to what you already shared, I am the co-founder of Alchemic Solutions, which is a program that's based here in New York City that teaches young men of color how to develop and cultivate emotional intelligence. And I think as it relates to gender equality, I think awareness is the beginning of everything. If we can teach ourselves to be aware of ourselves, then we can progress to being aware of other issues that are plaguing others. So I think that's my contribution.
Absolutely. Welcome. And Henry?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm co-founder of Flying Cars Innovation. So we develop new marketing campaigns for startups and NGOs and brands that do good in the world. I'm someone, essentially, the reason I'm interested in this as a topic is I'm someone that's come from a privileged background. So I'm a white man from a middle-class family. And I see lots of other people who are facing kind of far greater barriers than I've had to face in my life, and just want to use my platform to do something about that. So in my sort of career, I've worked at charities that support disabled people, homeless people, refugees, and in general, I don't see men doing enough to further the cause of women's equality. So I want to use the platform that I've built from the privilege I've had to do something about that.
I love it. And David, welcome as well.
Hello, thanks, and it's great to be here with everybody. So I guess in addition, it would be helpful. I'm a sociologist, and I do all of my research in the area of gender, work, and family. So thinking about gender perspectives on careers in the workplace and how family intersects with that. And, you know, I think one of the things that, as Brad and I started collaborating together and doing this work, we noticed very early on were that these are often framed, these gender inequities are framed as women's issues, and women, the solutions are often, from organizational perspectives, are often focused on women and fixing women, and not about the broader culture, the broader structure, and men, and how we can be part of the solution. So we love to reframe this as a leadership issue where we as men and women have a role and a function and responsibility to be engaged in creating the kind of workplaces where we all want to work and thrive there. But I think also the personal connection I think is really important too, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some maybe why these are things that are personally important to us as well.
Absolutely. And Brad, I'd love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, my why. You know, I am somebody, I'm a clinical psychologist who has spent his entire career researching mentoring relationships. And I, in all of that time, have seen the data. So part of it is scientific for me. I've seen the data showing that women just don't get the same level of mentoring. And even when they do, they often don't get sponsored. They don't get advocacy as part of their relationship the way that majority men do very naturally. So there's that kind of nerdly scientific part of me that got me into this work. But then there's the personal, like Dave, you know, there are women that I care about, maybe most notably my sister, who's a Navy captain, very senior officer in the Navy. I talk to her frequently about things that happened to her in the workplace because she's a woman that have never happened to me, even though we're very similar in our leadership style. And so I attribute some of my awareness and empathy, honestly, to my sister's willingness to share some of her experience.
Yeah, and I think that's important. It's a lot of times change happens because you connect the mind and the heart, and it affects you or somebody you love. And if you focus on that, then you really make it resonate. You know, make it personal. What does allyship mean to you? So can we start off with you, Brad?
Yeah. So, you know, I'm going to just put it in three big buckets, maybe in 1 minute here. And you know, this just comes from all the research Dave and I have done. That, you know, for me, it is the interpersonal. It's how I show up in my relationships and hold myself accountable. You know, and if we're talking about gender, how about just starting with learning how to listen more effectively? Apparently, we men struggle with that. Then there's the public side, right? Really putting myself out there, more skin in the game now. It's not just holding myself accountable. I have to hold others accountable, and especially other men. Got to be willing to call things out. How about loudly advocating, you know, for women? So there's that public piece. And the last bucket is really the systemic. This is harder even yet. Now I get to hold my own organization accountable and society accountable. I need to advocate. Someone mentioned advocacy here already, and boy, I got to become an advocate and ask questions about how my organization is missing it or getting it wrong, and how we need to improve so that this is a workplace that everyone can really show up and be authentic. So those are, for me, those are kind of the big three areas I like to focus on.
I love that. And those are manageable. Like if you break it into that, then it's more manageable than vague. So I love that. And David?
Yeah, just to build on, I think what Brad brought up there is, I think the language is important too, and remembering that, you know, allyship is not about rescuing. This is not doing things for somebody. This is doing things with, right? So we need to learn to come alongside and think about, how do we do this collaboratively? How do we show up as partners in the workplace and do this together? And again, because I think we have as much to gain and to learn as men as do women in the workplace, and we can do that for all of us together. The other thing, I think the really important aspect to remember just from a societal perspective is that if we're ever going to get to gender equity in the workplace, and being a great ally in the workplace is one place to start, but we also have to remember we have to do this at home. And that, again, for those of us who are partnered with women, we know that women have historically done, you know, up to 2 to 3 times as much of the domestic labor and unpaid labor in the work at home. The pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. And if, you know, most of us tend to be in dual career couples. And if we're going to survive, we've got to be supportive of our partner's career and do our fair share as allies at home and doing the caregiving and all of that. So I think, again, showing up as allies means being good collaborators, good partners, and that partnership can start at home.
I love that. And, you know, one of the things that really resonated there was allyship isn't a favor, it's a strategic advantage. Right?
Correct.
Henry?
So some really good points already made. I think for me, allyship is around using the kind of power and network, using your brain, your influence, essentially to advance women's equality in practical ways whenever you can. So for me, the practicality of what you do is really, really important. So theory is very important as well. But for me, it's kind of how you show up when you're caught off guard or there's a situation that arises really quickly. So thinking about my own personal experiences of working in offices, you know, from time to time, people say things and I haven't always been able to react in that moment in the way that I would have liked to, looking back retrospectively. So for me, what's really important is, as being an ally, is to think about when you haven't done as you would have liked to have done and try to do better each time. So when you've fallen down or not kind of represented yourself as well as you can do, then trying to sort of be better each time. But I'm all about those kind of practical ways that you can sort of, support.
Yeah, and then you brought up a really good point about self-reflection, because a lot of times we'll be embarrassed that we did something that wasn't kosher, and then kind of sweep it under the rug rather than actually reflecting and fixing it in the future. You know, Purvis?
Wow, you guys have provided some great answers. I don't know what to say. No, but you guys have really provided some great, insightful answers. I think if I can add anything, I would say, like, you know, allyship for me is being intentional and active. You know, being an ally on purpose, right? And really utilizing my voice. So like in those instances, those moments where, say, for instance, a women counterpart of mine, organization wanted to hire me, but I wasn't available. And I said, I recommended my friend. And I said, pay her what you're going to pay me, or if her quote is higher than mine, pay her that. You know, so like being active and utilizing my voice when necessary, and doing it on purpose because she deserves that. And so like it's for me, it's just, you know, the intentionality behind it all.
I love that. And it has results as well, right? So you have to make sure that it's having an impact. It's not just spoken about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I realized I didn't add my personal whys. The reason why I'm going to begin with that, the reason why I decided to write this book was because having worked in different countries and with different people in different cultures, I'd seen a specific trend holding women back, and not just in women, also in men. I would see that many of them were well-intentioned and they wanted to do something good in the space, but they often didn't know what to do or how to do it. And I decided that, you know, this is it. I'm going to write a toolkit for men. I don't know what I was thinking, telling men what to do. But yeah, that's what I decided to do. And that's the reason why I wanted to write a book in which men, despite whatever level they're at, they can actually take small steps, small actions. They don't have to be major influencers. They can just take, you know, tiny steps in order to support women in their circle. And for me, allyship is people who can choose to challenge themselves first, because it all begins with them, with you, right? Change begins with you. And then they can move on to challenge others, because that's really, really important, specifically when we're talking about male allies. Calling out others is, I think, the most important part for me. And then challenging the organization culture, and finally challenging the organization institution. So I think these were the 4 parts, which I see. That's how my book is also being divided into 4 parts. Allies who can challenge themselves, challenge others, challenge organization culture, and then finally challenge the institution. But yes, as David said, they are not to be saviors. We don't want to be saved, or we don't want to be rescued. We need people who are, you know, working collaboratively with us, alongside us, who are mentors, sponsors, advocates, but not saviors.
I love that you wrote a book on it, because I do think change can be overwhelming, and by breaking it down to small steps, sometimes that really helps us. Right, the intention might be there, but then we're not sure where to start, and so I think that's amazing. I'm going to give you another question. So, achieving gender equality will only be successful when we all realize it's all of our fight. It's not just a women's issue. How can we bring more men together to tap into the power of the collective? So, what's one step from your book, basically?
Having these conversations, inviting men to take part in these conversations, and I think also making them comfortable, telling them that it's all right to make mistakes. It's not all right to not acknowledge responsibility. Of course, you will make mistakes. I think you can't really escape that. But if you do make mistakes, know when to acknowledge your responsibility, apologize, and show genuine intention. And then I think that is my whole focus, is to get people and find out what is it that's holding them back, because I usually start my talks by asking men what is holding them back. So finding their viewpoint and then trying to address it. As a woman, I think we both need to come halfway in order to achieve gender equality. So I think that's important, having more and more conversations.
Love it. Anyone else like to add to that?
I would add that I think one big hurdle sometimes for men, us men, it can be zero-sum thinking too, especially if this is new for me, that, hey, if we men lose or include more women, somehow we're losing opportunity that belong to us, or we're losing positions that belong to us, so there can be this kind of erroneous thinking that for women to share more equally in the workplace, men have got to sacrifice and lose. And I think what those men miss is all of the research data showing that actually when you include more women, and especially include more women in genuine leadership positions, your company does better, your organization thrives, and actually there's more opportunity for everybody, right? The bottom line increases, there are more positions, more opportunity. So the growth mindset versus the zero-sum thinking, I think we can lose sight of that, and we can feel defensive in a way that can undermine the ally behavior.
Absolutely. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say more akin to like, dominance is akin to lack as opposed to abundance. And I think for a lot of men in those positions, they think that there's not enough room for everyone. And so like that scarcity mindset, as he so eloquently stated, that has contributed to why we can't expand beyond that. And so when she really, it's really a mindset. It's really teaching them that dominance is not the way. And so like it's really about mindset.
Absolutely. And diversity of thought, honestly, is a strategic advantage, and groupthink is a way to sort of make your business less relevant. So I think that's something that we always have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, I think one of the other aspects, Purvis, you were touching on this, that we don't always understand, to shift that mindset, understand the benefits, right? That there's actually something in this for everybody. Everybody wins when we do this really well. And so we see, one of the ways to overcome some of the reluctance to engage or to be the kind of allies that we're looking for, active and really in doing the work, is we don't have the kinds of relationships with people who are different from us, right? So that we become better allies through understanding people's experiences. We develop empathy and really have our eyes open to what's going on around us. And often that's part of what gets in touch with that, back to that sense of personal motivation to do the work, right? To be a better ally is understanding, again, people who have been around you that are important to you, how they've experienced things in a way that is not just, it's not fair. And then again, most of us have that sense of fairness or justice to get involved and to do the work. And, but I think it's also as we begin to understand the benefits for not only our organization, but for ourselves as men, that we become better leaders. And it's through the kinds of relationships that we're having and the work that we're doing there that begins to expand this pie. And that's how we get past that zero-sum thinking.
Absolutely. Henry, you wrote an article or a post on LinkedIn on how to be a better ally to women, and it got thousands of reactions. Any advice on how male leaders can find their real voice around allyship and social media and inspire other men to do the same thing?
Yeah, it was a really interesting process to go through. So I just wrote the LinkedIn post and wasn't really expecting it. I own a business, so I write content quite regularly, and it normally just does okay, but it doesn't go sort of viral. And this really did kind of go viral. It seemed to really resonate with people, and I think one of the reasons for that was the sort of scarcity of men talking about this kind of stuff online and social media. So I think kind of in the digital space, there's a kind of blurring between work, politics, personal brand building. It all gets quite messy for people, and they don't really kind of know how to react to that, other than sometimes hiding behind sort of corporate statements around diversity. And if people actually use their authentic voice to talk about these issues, it really resonates and cuts through. So I think thinking about the sort of digital space and finding your authentic voice and what you can say about a particular issue, there is a kind of fear that men have around saying the wrong thing and kind of getting a pile on, and people kind of, cancelling them and feeling really kind of scared about saying what they really feel around this. So I think the way that, I don't see a lot of CEOs making particularly interesting statements around racial issues or disability issues or women's issues, they're very much kind of hiding behind a corporate cloak, and I feel like that's kind of one of the problems that stops an honest conversation about lots of things. So I think thinking about what your authentic voice is that you can add to a conversation is you really kind of need to think about when you learn the most about a particular issue. So you might revert to when something went well, but actually I think the best time to reflect on when you learn the most is when something's failed or when you've fallen down in a particular scenario, and being honest with yourself. So I think for digital spaces, if you've got something to say, you need to say it with that authenticity. So in the US, the gender pay gap is like 80%. So I think women get paid 80% of what men get paid, and it's something pretty similar for the UK. And if that angers you, which it should do, and I think most people, it would anger most people, then you really need to say that. Don't hide behind sort of corporate statements that you wheel out once a year for International Women's Day, which I think a lot of CEOs do. You need to say practically what you're going to do to fight against that 20% of free work, essentially, that you're expecting all of your female employees to do. And that's really important. And that is how you can kind of find your voice online, is to speak with passion and honesty, and talk about when you failed and how you can get better. So in my sort of working career, when I worked at businesses and organizations, I did quite a lot of hiring, and I didn't get all of those decisions right. And sometimes I made decisions that were based on my bias, and sometimes it was because of conflict avoidance or trying to get out of the situation that was difficult in terms of structural issues. I didn't get everything right. I try harder each day to be better, and that's my authentic position. It's not to kind of go online and say, hey, I'm great, I've done everything great all the time, because that's not realistic. Yeah. But then, social media encourages us to put our best foot, the best things. You put your best picture on Instagram, you put your best memories on Facebook, and that's not a true reflection of who we are.
Yeah, and I think we also need to sort of reward, and what you did was basically authentic. You combined authenticity with strength and vulnerability, right? And putting yourself out there. And I think that was really what resonated and helped. And I think that's something that we normally haven't rewarded men for, is being vulnerable. And that's been shown as a weakness. And I think that's not a weakness. It's actually a strength. And it gets people to go to war for you,
Yeah.
Here, what is the most important first step men can take to advocate for women that you learned when you wrote Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men through advocacy? And to add to that, can you tell us the difference between advocacy and allyship?
Gosh, where do I start? There's so many steps, but of course, the first step would be to challenge yourself. And I think the very first thing when you're challenging yourself is to educate yourself, because you can't change what you're not aware of. So I think it's important to not only do your research and read about it, but also go and expand your social circle and meet with people who are not like you. Because I can't believe the number of times I've had to tell men that just because women in your circle haven't vented out to you, haven't shared a grievance, or it hasn't happened to them, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It still exists. It exists with other groups of women, which you probably are not aware of. So I think expand your social circle. And also when you're educating yourself, I think it's important to look at challenges impacting women through an intersectional lens, because sometimes women can experience marginalization because of the multiple identities they own. So not stereotyping, not generalizing or assuming that just because she's a woman of color, so her experience is going to be very similar to another woman of color, which is not true, because as an Asian, brown, Muslim woman, my experience might be very different from a Black woman. So every experience is valid, every experience is unique. There's, you can't cluster, you can't generalize, you can't dilute the challenges of one group and say that, oh, this is what all women are experiencing. So I think it's important to look at it from an intersectional lens, be it gender identity, be it sexuality, sexual orientation, disability, socioeconomic background, ethnicity, race, faith. So that's important. And allyship and advocacy. Well, you got me there because I'm just thinking, what is the difference between allyship and advocacy? But I think allyship is, from what I can see, allyship, you can be like a silent ally. You don't have to. I mean, in your own capacity, you can be an ally, and you can whether it's at home, whether it's with your friends, whether it's in your organization, you can be an ally in your own little area. But when you start advocating for it, when you start speaking out, when you start championing it, and you start talking about it, tweeting about it, sharing articles, writing, like Henry's written this post about it. So I think that's when allies become advocates, because they're not only silently being allies to women in their circle, but they're also actively advocating about it. So I think that's how I feel what the difference is. But I think over to the rest of the people.
Yeah, Dr. Johnson, do you have any thoughts around that? I know you talked about this in the past too.
I love the way Hero's talking about this, and it's funny. I haven't heard so much about advocacy separate. I realize you can do that, though. Hearing Hero say that has been helpful for me. I could be an advocate without doing any other ally stuff, and I think there's some real truth there. Yeah. I think when Dave and I are having conversations with men, we sort of put this all on a continuum, right? And we want to be so inclusive. We want to invite men in, recognizing that there's somewhere on the continuum. There are men, let's be honest, who are apathetic. And we don't encounter that many of those guys, right? I just don't really even care about gender equity or diversity. It doesn't even register as significant. I find very few men are apathetic about this. But there are men who are, maybe just sticking their big toe in the water. And yeah, I realize there are some inequities. I'm trying to understand this. I have some awareness, but I'm really not sure what to. And then you move a little farther on that continuum, and there are men who are a lot more active, right? These guys may call some things out in meetings when there's bias or sexism. These are men who are more deliberately and publicly mentoring and sponsoring women. So there are men on that kind of active phase of the continuum. And then you move to the far end, opposite of apathetic. And I think you start getting to advocacy, again, under this big umbrella, maybe of allyship. And those are the gentlemen who tend to really be leading on this. They lend their voice. You heard Henry is writing about this, online. So he's being more of an advocate. He's putting himself out there, I think, and also willing to put skin in the game when it comes to joining causes or lending my political capital and privilege to causes that I really value and that are important, that promote this. But I think to Hero's point, I'm convinced that you could do the advocacy piece without, necessarily being an ally in other ways. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone else have thoughts around that?
I think one of the challenges here also, just to kind of call out maybe one of the elephants in the room, is that I think around allyship, we've seen the faux, fake, or performative allyship is one of the challenges that, when we see people being true advocates and co-conspirators, they're really living it, right? They're doing it, 24/7 every day, and we know that. Whereas performative allyship can be done by choice, right? When you want to do it, or when it's advantageous for you to do it, when it makes you look good, and it's really often very, it's just very cursory, and it can sound like a lot of nice talk, and there's really not a lot of action, and you're really probably not putting any skin in the game. And I think that was one of the things that, when Brad and I were doing some of the interviews with men for our book, Good Guys, that a lot of men talked about how they really felt like, when they were really being that advocate, that's when they were really putting some skin in the game. They felt a sense of maybe personal risk or professional risk. They felt vulnerable in those situations. And it's really interesting to see when we when we can kind of sense that and feel that I am really uncomfortable, I'm in a place where I'm uncomfortable, and then just getting okay, it's okay to be in this space, right? This is something I've got to learn to become more comfortable with, and doing that work and overcoming some of the things, the signals and the perceptions around us that we're worried about.
No, absolutely. And speaking of that, do you think we need to value and reward men for non-traditional behavior, such as being collaborative, and how this might help advance equality for all? Should we change the word masculinity to maybe leveraging your strengths for progress to get more men aboard?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, one of the challenges here is that we don't want to reinforce, what we call the pedestal effect of, so, when men do something right, and they get put up on a pedestal for doing what they should be doing. And,
Yeah.
and I completely agree with that. The challenge is that, just calling out negative behavior, right, all the time, it doesn't always lead to the kind of results that we're looking for. So sometimes having some positive reinforcement we know works really well. And so finding ways that, because sometimes I think as leaders, we're often doing things that we go, well, that's just who I am as a leader. It's the right thing to do for my people. And we don't necessarily understand the impact of it. We do it because it is the right thing. It's just who I am and who I am as a leader. But sometimes having one of our close colleagues or maybe one of our subordinates tell us that, hey, today when you did that, it really meant a lot to me, and here's why.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, wow, I had no idea the impact I was having. And so sometimes sharing some of that person, that reinforcing aspect, I think is really helpful. But to your point about should we change, right? Should we change how we talk about masculinity or more traditional masculine behaviors? And I think absolutely. I think a lot of things as leaders, if we just keep it in a leadership perspective, a lot of things as leaders that we did or maybe were trained or socialized to do from a 20th century perspective are just not working in this 21st century, and they're not valued. And we know the research shows us that that's the case, and that we're losing, right? We're losing, as leaders, we're not as effective as we can be. You're not encouraging the right kind of performance. We're not attracting the right kind of talent in our organization. So it's just suboptimal. And I think the sooner we can get to more men understanding a difference, then that's what's going to change the workplace.
Absolutely.
And if I can add a woman's perspective to this, when you're talking about appreciating men for being allies, I know there are a lot of controversial opinions on this, but I personally believe that because there's such few men doing it, I think you do need to recognize. I mean, I do. I always make them, I make videos. I put David and Brad in videos. I celebrate them. I celebrate the men in my life, my husband, my father, my brother, who I think it's important to recognize these efforts. Yes, this should be normalized. But because I think not many people are doing it, I think if we acknowledge it and recognize it and appreciate it, encourage it, we'll have more role models and we'll have more people doing it. So I personally believe that, yes, you should recognize those who are standing up as allies.
Great points. Dr. Johnson, what role do men play in gender equality in that movement? And then what's your response to be a man who argues this is versus sexism? Why do we sometimes see defensiveness around this topic?
Wow. Well, I can probably streamline my answer because my main thought about that, Ashish, is back to zero-sum thinking. When I hear the reverse sexism comment, I have to equate that in my own mind with defensiveness. That hey, this is not fair to me. I'm going to lose. It can reflect a fundamental sense of defensiveness. And, beyond the zero-sum thinking, just missing all of the information about how we all thrive when we're more inclusive and we have more diversity and creativity on our teams. There's also an issue of privilege here. And I think you got to have Dave and I have taken to calling this the P word because men find privilege so aversive, when you bring that up. But you got to talk about the P word, right? And the irony here is that when I, as a majority cisgender white male, call things out, advocate for fairness and inclusion, on average, I take a bump up right, in my annual evaluations because I'm a gender champion. Wow, look at that guy. Look how terrific he is. When a woman does exactly the same thing, or any other minoritized group, on aggregate, they're going to take a hit, right? Because they're just pursuing their own best interests, or they're abrasive, or you name it. It's only when I really understand what Dave and I have taken to calling this, invisible backpack of privilege that I've been carrying around my whole life as a white male. I have not been aware, honestly, of the tailwinds I've had my whole life. Once I recognize I have this backpack and all this opportunity, then I get to actually use it. I get to start sharing it. I get to actually start changing the workplace. It can be a really powerful thing to become aware of my privilege. And especially when I'm aware that, hey, I'm not losing when I use this because my backpack constantly refills. As a white man, it never gets depleted. Once I have that kind of, epiphany taken to heart, I think I become really empowered to begin sharing that. And I think that's what can change men's attitudes and their behavior. But that getting to that awareness, I think, is a challenge.
No, absolutely. So do you think maybe our assumptions are wrong? Like we're assuming that power is finite, and so for me to get something, you have to lose it. And then the second thing is, there's probably a factor of guilt if I acknowledge that I had some sort of advantage, then you're taking away from my progress or whatever I've earned.
I think that's a big part of the defensiveness around privilege. Yes, whenever you bring up privilege, and it doesn't matter whether it's around gender or race or any other group, there's this immediate defensiveness that, hey, I worked hard, to get where I am. And I think, message back about that is, of course, you worked hard, but so did everybody else. And you just haven't had these constant headwinds. You haven't been aware of it because you've had the backpack and the tailwinds. It's only when I really grasp that. We are not diminishing you or your hard work. We're just pointing out your experience has been quite different and you just haven't been aware of that. So I think it's having, that kind of humble authenticity and maybe flash of insight that really begins to change hearts and behavior.
Yeah. And I don't think it takes away from capability. Like reality is I may have an old boys network and I got somewhere because that gave me a little bit of advantage, but if I wasn't capable, I still couldn't get there, but it did give me an advantage. And so we have to recognize that. Purvis, you wrote an article as a Black man. I understand Will Smith's reaction, but that wasn't the way. Can you share your thoughts on men's roles as a protector of women and what you think is a better way forward?
Yes. So firstly, I was so grateful that the Griot reached out to me to write that piece. They wanted to get my opinion because I'd worked with them before and they knew that I was probably going to offer a completely different perspective than the other op-ed pieces that were out there. And, in writing it, I was thinking about, because, Will Smith kept saying that he wanted to protect Black women. And I was thinking around the word protection. And when we think about it, at the core of it, we're talking safety, right? Protecting someone from harm. And in one respect, physical harm, there is a need for protection in that sense. But when you expand it, there's also, safety of one's dignity, of one's pride, of one's humanity. And I think about that in terms of protecting women. Like it's not necessarily this rescuing, right, which we've already covered, because no one's a savior, but I think it's about making sure that someone's dignity is still intact. And the way that we affirm one's dignity is to make sure that they get the same rights and privileges that we get, right? And so when I think about it, I teach men emotional intelligence, and at the core of it is the foundation of it is self-awareness. And then we get to self-management, then we get to social awareness, then we get to relationship management. Even within, Brad, to your point, even within your privilege, you've experienced some injustice, right? And if you can tap into that injustice and recognize that there are people who experience that injustice you've experienced all the time, right? we can cultivate that empathy, right? And then once we get to the social awareness aspect, that's where we develop compassion. Compassion is action. That's how we manage the relationship, is through compassion. And one of the things I always say is that a person who is committed to their healing journey, so to be emotionally intelligent means that you have to be introspective and reflect over your life and think about your choices and how you've shown up to now, right? And think about your fragilities, your frailties, your traumas, all those things, right? So when you're thinking about your healing journey, any person who is committed to being on a healing journey, it would hurt them to see someone else in pain or in flux, right? So healed people heal people, right? And so we have to teach men. One of the things I try to teach men is to be committed to your healing journey. That's why I wrote the book Heal Forward. Heal with the future in mind, but you can only heal if you're helping others to heal as well. So we have to get men to be committed and intentional on their healing journeys.
I love that perspective.
Yep.
Anyone else add to that?
I think Purvis said it all. Oh, go ahead, Hira.
Sorry, Brad, you go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, I think, as a person belonging to a racially diverse group and who ticks many boxes, I think what Purvis said, it really hit the nail. You really do need to heal yourself, because a lot of us are carrying past trauma of injustices and, the way we've been treated, and discrimination and interpersonal prejudice, and all these things has affected us. And there's a thing known as acculturative stress, which I've recently been talking about, which a lot of people don't know, but people from racially diverse groups, marginalized groups, even women, because they have been diminished and trivialized and debased in such a long time, they have an acculturative stress where they have to adapt to the values of a dominant group. For example, if I'm the only woman in the room or the only woman of color. And that is a lot of stress. That's a lot of anxiety. And if you put in actual lived experiences in that, then that can really create havoc in a person's life. So I think what Purvis says is, I completely relate to that. It's important for you to heal, because if you're not healing, then you will be reacting at everything. But when you are healed, then you'll be able to, and you heal by helping others and reaching out to others. So I think, yes, that definitely resonated.
Yeah. I was also thinking, like, if do you guys see the Oprah interview with him prior to the event? Right. It's almost like he was trying to fix his trauma of not being able to protect his mom by instilling more trauma, and that doesn't really justify like the response, because then we never get out of the cycle.
Yeah. And that's why it's so important for us to heal and be committed and intentional about it. Men in particular, is because that's my, what I specialize in. We don't have a lot of times we're not introspective. We don't have the language, and we also don't have the accountability. And to your point earlier, we don't understand, vulnerability is truly a strength, and vulnerability, it's a risk as well, because it's an invitation for feedback, right? That's really what vulnerability is. It's an invitation to feedback. And I think if we're honest, I'll be honest, I've been afraid of feedback.
Oh, absolutely. Because then if you don't like the response, then it makes you feel really bad. Right?
Absolutely. And I think, and then that becomes shameful, and then that becomes, and then we tuck and hide, and then we just put on the, the masculine face, or whatever that is,
Yeah.
Yeah. And one follow-on to that, Purvis, Dave and I find it so interesting that the men who tend to get really good feedback, to your feedback point, tend to be those men who respond to it really effectively.
Absolutely.
They welcome it. And even if they've really gotten it wrong, they show gratitude for that and say, thank you. Wow, I had no idea. And they might even be authentic enough to say, that's really painful for me to hear. I had no idea that I was blowing it like that. And this is a little hard for me. Could I come back to you, maybe in a day or so, and continue this conversation? Because I know I need to get better. And let me just also thank you for trusting me enough to share that, because I know that wasn't easy. Men who tend to do that are those guys who really have this cluster of confidants around them who trust them enough to continue giving them the feedback.
Absolutely. and they're also on their healing journeys as well.
So you're kind of saying our strengths are like, or what we perceive strengths are sort of routed in insecurity on some level? Like me being machismo or whatever, I'm just like, it's a way to sort of mask something else that I'm not really sure about.
Yeah, it can, because I think, you know, this kind of goes full circle, right? To make myself vulnerable and to really be humble and to accept that, you know, be open to this kind of feedback, you know, you're acknowledging that I think one of the challenges there is that people feel like they're accepting that risk and the risk of what they're seeing happen around them, especially for more senior people, CEOs, for example, back to the cancel culture, right? Of that I'm going to get canceled if I'm that vulnerable, I'm that open and that honest and humble about this. But I think what we find is that the reality is that it's something different, right? That when men are putting themselves out there, and this is part of who they are as leaders, as people, that we are on that journey, that healing journey, as Purvis was talking about, that people will meet us there. They'll meet us where we are, and they really, I think, appreciate that authenticity.
Absolutely.
So going back to the cancel culture issue, in this environment, leaders really are afraid to make mistakes and saying things wrong. They don't have permission to be honest, even if the intent is there. And that really does affect allyship. And so how do we give them the space to learn and not be perfect, but actually just push the movement forward?
I think as a woman, I would say that if a man has made a mistake or said something accidentally which was sexist or racist or, you know, transphobic, homophobic, whatever it is, but that person is did it because of lack of awareness and is genuinely apologetic and is acknowledging responsibility, saying sorry and ready to move on and not repeat the mistake. I think that genuineness does come across, and it's going to really help the person. Of course, if you are resorting to half-hearted cover-ups and making excuses and defending yourself and being dismissive, then that might backfire. That might go in a very wrong direction. But if you are genuine, if you're authentic, if you're vulnerable, people most of the time are able to recognize that, and hopefully you will not be cancelled. But yes, I think given the environment that we are in, it's difficult to say what can get you into trouble. But again, I would say authenticity, vulnerability, acknowledging responsibility. These are the keys. If you can do that, then hopefully everything is going to be okay, and you will be accepted even for your mistakes, and you will be forgiven.
Absolutely. We all have biases. It's part of being human. Our collective biases can show up in systems that contribute to gender inequalities. How can we become more self-aware and start to interrupt our own biases? Like, what's one action step you guys do to sort of shortcut that decision-making or stop the decision-making shortcut process?
I think in terms of biases, it's important that you kind of speak to people outside of your echo chamber is really important. So social media allows you to build really kind of unhealthy echo chambers of people who just agree with you. And I think, Twitter and even LinkedIn allows you to just kind of connect with people who think the same way as you, and that's really unhealthy in some ways, because you're not being you can avoid people whose opinions you don't like. So I think we all hold biases, and sometimes they're overt, and people are not capable of moving beyond them. Speak to people, listen to what they say. So you can speak to people and kind of switch off, but really kind of listen to what they say, get content from outside of your echo chamber, and understand. I think one of the issues with sort of men's fear of cancelling and that kind of thing is men are not used to being uncomfortable. They're not used to white men are not used to walking into a room and it being full of people who are not the same as them. And even talking about allyship and women's issues online, not everyone's going to agree with you, and they're going to come back at you. But you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you're going to change anything, because
absolutely,
If you don't do that, then nothing will change at all, and you can build these kind of walls around yourself. So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is incredibly important, and that's one of the things that I put on this LinkedIn post was, get into spaces where you are the only person of a certain type. So last year, I mentored through a network called Like-Minded Females, a really brilliant mentoring network. And it was mostly women mentoring women. I can't even remember how I came across this network, but they asked me to mentor, and I was a bit like, am I allowed to? Can I do it? Like, is this okay? Anyway, it was okay. And it was a really kind of great experience. So you have to get outside of your echo chamber and read deeply, read different perspectives. And then when you're faced with stuff you're uncertain about, lean into it and not run away. But I think most of the time men run away from those situations. So if I put a post online around intersectional issues, around women's issues, I know that 90% of the people that interact with that are going to be either women or people of color. There'll be no white men that interact with that post because they'll be like, oh, that's not for me. I'm not really interested in that. So yeah. That's how I think you can confront your own biases.
I love that. Anyone else want to add to that?
I think that if we're talking about gender, just one add-on, I was nodding my head to everything Henry said, but I one subtle thing that I've had to learn slowly, and I've had to kind of work at this, are some of the more subtle forms of sexism that I think we can miss, and especially as men, because we don't receive it as much. So, how about benevolent sexism, right? All of that stuff that sounds chivalrous, it sounds positive, it sounds protective on the surface. Like, hey, we shouldn't consider Hira for that promotion because, she has kids. Well, that sounds positive, right? But no, it's not. I'm making all kinds of assumptions about her. I don't know what she wants, but I should take the time to check with her. Hey, can I put you forward for this? Are you even interested? But too often we default to the benevolent sexism. And I think when people hear it, they don't pick up on the fact that this is one of those death by 1,000 cuts women experience every day. It undermines them, right? It takes away their autonomy. And so it's not just the egregious sexism and bias I need to look for. I need to educate myself, to Henry's point, about some of the more subtle kinds of things. And I see that as being maybe the next step and the next challenge.
Absolutely.
I think one other thing we can do, and I think one of the ways I think about this is how do I put it into action every day, and certainly from my background as a sociologist, I think about the language aspect of it, and certainly we find biased language, right, in lots of different ways. As you learn that something is biased, is then the hard part there is, it's like, well, how am I going to change that for myself? Because that sounds like a lot of work, and it is, and it's really, I mean, just try to, for example, if you always go into a meeting and you refer to large groups of people as just generically guys, which has become so culturally common in lots of different settings, and everybody's like, well, yeah, I didn't mean to privilege the men in the room. I wasn't really I was referring to the women, everybody in the room in that way. It's like, well, but it's not really all that inclusive of language. Could you use a different term, a different way to address people so that everybody felt included? And you're in the way that you did that, you'll find yourself, as you begin to work on that, catching yourself, and you probably will make the mistake of continuing to use the word over and over again, but you'll start to catch yourself, and it almost becomes frustrating in some ways, until you get to the point where it's like, now I'm actually thinking far enough in advance where I'm actually changing it. I'm thinking about it. All right, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this instead. And now I change it. And now that's the first practice, right, in terms of changing behavior in a direction that we're looking for. And it takes time, especially I think the older we are, the more time we've spent in one particular culture, around one set of workplace experiences. It's hard to change these behaviors that we've used for a long time.
No, absolutely. I love that. And it's almost kind of where we were going to end this with too. So I think you kind of rolled us right into that. So consciously unbiased, we talk about microprogressions, and they're basically small action steps that you can do to change the culture or an environment within an organization. And so I'd love to hear one small action step that can lead to a big impact over time that men can take to support women at work. And I'll give you an example of a microprogression that I learned early on in when COVID started, was that we were doing these Zoom calls, and I'd always want to get my idea across, so I'd cut people off and talk over them, right? And what does that do? So if you're a minority, it went and sends a subconscious signal that you're not important to me and your ideas aren't, because I was so busy trying to barf my ideas onto you. And so one small action step I do is now I listen, digest what you're asking for, and then respond to the question you're asking for, rather than pushing something that you don't really care about. So that's an example of microprogression.
Thank you.
I like that. That's very good. Active listening, which is what that is, right? Listening on purpose, and listening to what is said and what is not said. And I think, I try to cultivate that in my CEO clients often, is to listen to what's not being said, listen to the body language, listen to the tone of voice, right? Just being intentional about your leadership, being intentional about listening, because people, believe it or not, people can tell how you're listening to them. So that is a great micro progression.
Love that.
I would add to that and say that I'm a huge fan of surveys and polls. I love to do surveys and polls every now and then to capture experiences of people and find out what exactly it is that they want. So I would say go and talk to women, either through surveys, polls, or have actual conversations rather than assuming what women want and what they don't want. Find out from them what is it that want, what is it that they want. And once they do share their grievances, or once they do vent out, don't dismiss them, and don't treat bias as a dirty word, except that we are all biased, because if we are dismissing that, we're dismissing science. The brain functionality is designed in such a way that we all have a biases. As a woman, I have biases against other women too. But what we do need to do, there's no button that you can consciously press and stop the bias. You have to actually question yourself all the time and take a step back, because we've grown up with deeply entrenched biases. So I think if we can consciously take a step back and see what is it that we're doing wrong, and question ourselves, what assumptions am I making on the basis of a person's gender, race, ethnicity, faith, or any other protected characteristic? I think that would really help.
I love the way you put that. I've never heard it said that way before, especially about the bias piece and questioning science. I'm going to use that if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep mine really short. I'm going to hit the sponsorship piece. My micro progression, if you happen to be a male and you happen to be a male with any seniority, it's not enough to be nice to women and to mentor them that way. You need to talk about talented women when they're not even in the room. Tell other people why they're rock stars, why they should be considered. Tell them about their great performance. This requires more skin in the game and risk on your part, but you need to step up and do that.
Love that.
Right.
And on the note of gender equity starts at home. If you're not sure if you're partnered with a woman, you're not sure if you're doing your fair share and being a great ally at home, go home tonight and do your domestic audit and ask. And when she tells you, here's places you could be stepping up your game, time to go take a macro progression and step it up big time, and then do the same thing at work, right? And when it's your turn to take the kids to the doctor or stay home with sick kids or something like that, don't slink out the back door quietly, leave loudly, leave so it normalizes it for everybody, junior men and for the women, so it's not so stigmatizing for them.
Absolutely.
And I will say something different. So buy from female-owned businesses. So women don't want more mentoring. They don't want more kind of unsolicited advice. They want you to buy from their business if they're a business owner. So buy from female-owned businesses.
Love it. But thank you all so much. It's so enlightening, and we're honored to have you today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fun conversation.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful day.